What's with the lion symbolism?
Well, so I mean, something that's very, what's the word? Like it's intrinsic to Asherah. And I mean, you see it with Kaibali, you see it with, I mean, basically all these great mother figures. But yeah, welcome everyone and happy 420. Woo. Yeah, I'd be a bit more excited, but I have surgery tomorrow, so I'm kind of like, oof.
Oh man,
yeah.
How's? I mean, it's a stupid question, but how serious is it?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that it keeps getting worse, and basically it won't get better until it stops getting worse, or it won't stop getting worse until it gets better, if that makes any sense. So I'm just honestly ready to just have the surgery over with.
Oh, okay, good.
But yeah, hey Sage, if you want to join, I linked the link to join in here. And thanks. Yeah, I spent, honestly, I don't know how many hours working on it. It was a long time. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably not going to be on for terribly long tonight, but I figured we could watch some interesting stuff. Maybe start off with a little bit of Chris Bennett's documentary and then move on to Palate Cleanser. A really hilarious video that I found. And oh, by the way, it was just 420 of the stream, like 4 minutes, 20 seconds. But anyway, yeah, let's get started.
Wonderful to be here. Great to be celebrating this natural right, because that's what this right to this planet really is a natural right. It's like our right to air and water. It's life on Earth. And the right to the plants goes right along to that right to land and water and to live on Earth, you know. And when we're talking about a plant like cannabis, we're talking about a plant that has been part of human culture and humanity's experience, maybe in a way led to culture, that has been with us for tens of thousands of years. You know, the current archaeological evidence regarding hemp, there's been hemp fiber cloth found from like 20,000 years ago, and tools that are used in breaking the fibers off of hemp that were still used up until a few centuries ago, that are dated around 28,000 years ago. This puts cannabis into the realm of what's known as the Great Leap Forward, when humanity started coming up with new novel concepts, things like the wheel and fire. And Dr. Jeffrey Guy and his partner at Heartland, they have a whole theory going based on the endocannabinoid system and how it works within the brain, that humanity may have some sort of co-evolutionary relationship with this plant. And, you know, you got to think, as we travel from place to place, we took that plant with us, and it was growing in our human waste, you know what I mean? Because nothing was put to waste in the old world, even the night soil which was human fertilizer and stuff like that, was put back into the earth, and in a way it was
Yeah,
ingesting us. We were ingesting that plant. And
some real life alchemy. I mean, think about it. Like, at the end of the day, if it wasn't for plants and for worms and microbes, we'd literally be swimming in our own feces. Like, that
Right.
doesn't sound too pleasant.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like this idea of, a balance. Like, without decay, we would be stuck in everything, and without preservation, everything would fall apart.
Yeah, there was a time in Earth's history where the bacteria that break down cellulose in trees were not yet evolved. So trees would just die and pile up. It's really fascinating, but yeah. And like obviously that bacteria probably like facilitated a whole new cycle for that, you know, the corpses of trees to like reincorporate into like the soil or whatever. But just imagine that a planet where the trees just die, but they just don't go anywhere. They just sit there. You're muted, I think.
Sorry, yeah, that would be wild.
Yeah.
Because I mean, think about it. Because in a way, like, I mean, obviously hair degrades, but like all the hair that's outside of our, body is dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
It's just it's honestly wild to think about.
people like Carl Sagan, for instance, have suggested that cannabis was humanity's first agricultural crop, and agriculture led to those settlements that led to human culture. You know what I mean? So we have, an unidentifiable right to this plant and a long, long history, and we're rediscovering that history. People like yourself are bringing it back. Archaeologically, it's difficult to study cannabis because plant fibers and things like that break down in a different way. So a lot of the ancient world stuff has been the result of carbonized cannabis, burnt cannabis. And the oldest evidence we have of burnt cannabis comes actually from the Ukraine region, amongst a Proto-Indo-European group, the Sardini stock. And this is the type of bowls they would have burnt it on. And this is, so 5,500 years ago, 1,000 years before the Bible was written, people were burning cannabis for spiritual purposes, and they found a cave where this was taking place. And these were the predecessors of a group you've probably all heard of, the Scythians. And they were also the domesticators of the horse. And it's believed that even the domestication of the horse might have been the result of the development of hemp fibers for rope. So this is this, and it's believed that around 2000 BC or so, that these braziers gave way. They were really popular. We find these types of braziers all over the place. It was obviously a pretty common practice throughout ancient Europe. They gave way to corded ware vessel, and this is corded ware. And Dr. Andrew Charette, well-known British archaeologist, he believed that these containers were used for drinking cannabis, and he based this on that they were actually printed with hemp cord, and they had hemp cord impressions. And he based this on these type of vessels here, which contain poppies, were made to look like poppies. And this view has been picking up by a lot of ancient Indo-European researchers as the Encyclopedia of Indo-European Culture states. And this is like a textbook for the study of this. As cannabis can also be infused, i.e. served as a component in a drink, it has also been suggested that the spread of cord hemp decorated pottery from the steppe westward may also have been a part of the same complex. This is a really widespread culture. This is how far this corded ware culture. So the major researchers of this period of time are concurring that they believe that this was all being cannabis burning and also cannabis drinking cultures throughout that whole area there. So this is a big portion of our ancestors. The authors of the Encyclopedia of Indo-European Culture have noted there are at least 3 chronological horizons to which the spread of hemp might be ascribed. The early distribution of hemp across Europe during the Neolithic period, that is 5,000 BC or earlier. A later spread of hemp for presumably to Indo-European culture have noted there are at least 3 chronological horizons to which the spread of hemp might be ascribed. The early distribution of hemp across Europe during the Neolithic period, that is 5,000 BC or earlier. A later spread of hemp for presumably narcotic purposes around 3,000 BC, and still a later, at least, reemergence of hemp in the context of textiles for the first millennium BC. So these were big waves of cannabis culture that spread throughout the whole of Europe, you know what I mean? And, they found evidence of cannabis at Celtic sites, at Druidic sites, and burials there. So it was already ritually being used throughout all of Europe. The descendants of the Saraceni stock, who I mentioned earlier in relation to the Braziers, are commonly known as the Siths. And they're largely responsible for the spread of the use of cannabis throughout the ancient world. And they had a really interesting culture. So this is like Scythian braziers, and these are like what they would do is they would heat these rocks up, and then they would
this is wild that we don't know what they called themselves, or we don't even necessarily know what other people call themselves. Actually, I don't know the origins of, for instance, the term Yamnai. I'm sure it's probably anachronistic. But the point is that with any of these cultures, we don't know a whole lot about them. We give them names based on what we do know, and the fact that we literally named an entire culture or label them as corded ware, I mean, that's their most significant contribution. People might look at that like, oh, that's all they did. No, that's a lot, especially then, because that corded ware, like that textile texture, that's also what's responsible for the taming of horses.
You mean that innovation in particular, or the same culture?
No, I mean that innovation.
How so? How does that work?
Well, think about it this way. Now we take it for granted that you want to make rope that it's, intertwined and that's, a certain way it's made out of certain materials. But imagine, previously the closest thing to how do you get rope from nature? Think about it.
Right. I mean, there's multiple ways. Some are easier than others, but I sort of see what you're pointing right now. Yeah.
But it's a combination of this technology of the cords with the actual hemp, which is extremely strong and much stronger than any other fiber that they would have had available. And so that combination is what allows them to tame better horses, allows them to traverse greater areas, to conquer more land. And also, because they have better technology, everyone wants to, trade with them. Everyone wants to marry into them. And so that's part of the reason why you have, this great expansion, and people attribute it to conquest, but a good amount of it could have just as well have been a result of trade and, an increase in influence.
Yeah, like a civ cultural victory.
Yeah.
Inside these enclosed structures like this, and burn it, and then they would inhale the fumes. And this is one of the braziers. These are the rocks they would heat up. This is a smaller version than the one in the other picture, but they have different sizes of these things, different size tents as well. And they would heat the rocks up with the rocks in there, and this is remnants from what was left over. And this is an example of one of the Scythian tents that they would use. This one's actually not that big. Like Herodotus had written about them, and he described them in a group inside a tent. But this one was actually like more of a personal type of thing, and it was only about 3 or 4 feet tall. What you would do is you would heat up the cannabis and put it in, and then you would just stick your head in the tent and inhale the fumes. So it's like kind of like the vaporizer 2,500 years ago. Heat the rocks at volcano 500 BC, and so.
We're doing that next year.
So this is the tattoos off a Scythian warrior where that same brazier came from. They have mummified remains of these Siths, so we know a lot about them. And this guy was like 6'4". He was like 65 when he died on the battlefield. So these were very, very healthy people. You know what I mean? Ages like that were very uncommon. And this guy was like still running out with the young fellas out to battle on the battleground. They were an interesting culture in the sense that women fought alongside the men. Their priesthood was often at times transgender individuals. And they were very, very fierce warriors, but also known for their great nobility. And more recently, there's been this discovery of Scythian gold bowls and cups mistakenly portrayed as bongs in the popular media in the last year. But they were actually cups and bowls used for drinking a cannabis and opium preparation. And the archaeologist involved with the discovery and analysis in this regard suggests that they were cups and bowls for drinking heoma. And Hayoma is the predecessor of Soma, the Vedic beverage that's well known as a sacrament, was what was used in Persia. And the Scythians themselves were known as the Hayoma Barter, the Hayoma gatherers. And so because of the Scythian spread of cannabis throughout the ancient world, because of this high mobility on horses, this use and a lot of mythology and spiritual use of cannabis also spread with them. And we have traces of this in a variety of Indo-European languages that developed out of the same culture that the Scythians involved out before the spread of cannabis. And the original name of cannabis is kana in Indo-European, and the AN of that carried through in a number of other words, like the French chambre, or the English cannabis, or the Sanskrit's bang, or the Persian banga, or the German hump, and other related dialects. They all have that AN in there because of their common root and their similarities in a lot of other words as well.
Nice.
And and then in China, we have the situation where Emperor Shennong, legendary mythical emperor who could apparently examine the effects of plants because he had an invisible stomach wall where he could look right into his stomach, is what the myths say. But he prescribed cannabis for a number of things, and cannabis ended up in the Pansao, which some people would date at 2,700 years, as early as 2,700 BC, but that may be just a mythological date, but it's at least a few hundred BC. And cannabis was also very big with the Taoist religion in China, where it was used for kind of like astral traveling to the land of the immortals, and burnt in braziers that they would meditate over. And there's a quatrain from about, I think, around 350 BC from China. First a yin, then a yang. No one knows what I do. Jade buds of holy hemp for the one that lives apart. And that's kind of like cannabis. You can have your ups and downs, but
Repeat that?
First a yin, then a yang. No one knows what I do. Jade buds of holy hemp for the one that lives apart. And so it's kind of like we have our ups and downs in life, but cannabis kind of keeps you in that centered kind of path, the Chinese had it also. There's corded ware in China, so it's from around the same period that it's in Europe. And some people have said that this is also a connection. And we definitely know that the Chinese had an agent relationship. China in the ancient world was known as the land of mulberry and hemp. The first anesthesia with cannabis hemp wine preparation comes from China. Hemp paper originated in China. And they used to be able to grow hemp seed food sources as big as peas. Hemp seeds as big as peas. A really interesting study thing that's happened in the last about 10 or 15 years is the discovery of these Caucasian mummies right in central China. This was probably a Scythian offshoot. They spoke the same language as the Scythian, the same Indo-European type of languages. And they were there in China from about 2000 BC to about 300 or 400 BC when the Han Chinese, the indigenous Chinese, chased them out. But they existed there, cohabitated for a long time, and they discovered a couple of tombs from shamans that contained cannabis, and one of them 2 pounds of female cannabis. And it was all contained in the basket there. And this was a bowl that he would use to crush the cannabis. And this is a close-up of the bag and the bowl that were used for cannabis preparation. And this is actual.
You know what this reminds me of now?
It's still green, the cannabis. You can see the resin glands on it there. So it's perfectly preserved because of the cold climate. They tried to sprout the seeds, but unfortunately, they wouldn't sprout. This is the mummified remains of the mummy. It's interesting. The cowrie shells on his hat, they actually came from India. And so this is how widespread their trade routes were. This guy's from 2,700 years ago, so they already had pretty well-established trade routes. And this find has changed the way we think about things like the origins of the Silk Road. It used to be about 200 or 300 BC. Now they've had to put it back a couple thousand years earlier. And they've tested DNA from these mummies, and they're like a mixed breed of person, kind of like you might expect to find in the city of New York. They've just got like DNA from Western Europe, Eastern Europe, China, India, and so it's like a real mishmash of cultures.
You hear that, white supremacists? The real Aryans were mixed. They weren't pure because there is no such thing as pure. Get your heads out of your asses and live in reality.
But you know what? As soon as he said the mummies in China, I'm like, oh my god, this is Robert Sepper raising his head. You know, he brings this point up. He obviously doesn't mention what you just said, but this is a common like, you know, they were ruled by quote unquote a white sort of race class type arrangement. So that means that I guess it's sort of true, but doesn't imply like any sort of racial purity or whatever.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm saying it seems like it has some truth to it, but it doesn't imply like any sort of like racial purity, like some of them trying to say like, oh, these were like pure white, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. There's usually a kernel of truth to this stuff, but it's always, you know, they always have to twist it, otherwise they can't gain power. People can't gain power from the truth.
Right.
All the truth does is, you know, free people from lies, but at the end of the day, what that does is it redistributes power. So no one actually gains it except for the people who get the truth.
Right. Also, they were kicked out and lost eventually by the local Chinese, apparently. So it's not, they're not all that like amazing. If you wanted to take like the whole like supremacy angle.
Nope.
They
Definitely,
were
yeah.
just like everyone else. They were cool for a while and then they got.
These Scythians were involved in trade between the Scythians mentioned before were involved in trade between the Chinese region up there where we found the mummy and this area here, Bimak, which is just in Afghanistan there. And they found a 4,000-year-old, what they call Soma Temple in China. And this is a reconstruction of the site. That's about as big as a football field. And half the temple itself was dedicated to the preparation of a sacred beverage, the soma or helmet would have been known in this region here. And we know this because of Professor Victor Sarianati, the Russian archaeologist that is responsible for the excavation of this site and the analysis of materials found at the site. Here's the site itself, and close up of the temple. You know, so this was like a major depot 4,000 years ago for the ancient world. People would travel to this site from all over, very advanced building and civilization. And these are areas that were used for crushing up and preparing the soma, which in most cases, you found 3 of these temples was a preparation of cannabis and ephedra. And it's interesting because that these sites in China as well, they found ephedra and cannabis together. And they tested positive also in one site for opium as well. So there's a cannabis, ephedra, and opium in some places. And also there's the impressions of these cannabis seeds.
We're still making that next year.
So there was impressions of the seeds as well at the site. And these are the tools and stuff that they found, the bowls. And these pipes here actually contained, they were like drinking tubes, and they contained residue of opium, their bone, and had eyes carved on them. This would have been a filtering thing, or they would have laid lamb wool or something like that and steeped it through there into that, you know. Those are up there in that corner, more of the impressions from the seed. And this is very similar to the way that cannabis is still prepared today in India for bhang. And here's the Lord Shiva, the oldest continually worshipped god on earth, preparing bhang. He's crushing it with a rock on there and then making the green liquid after sifting it, you know. And this use was also in Islamic world as well. They had, this is from an 18th century painting about Fakirs. And see, they've got the sieve there for straining it, much like the one in that archaeological dig. And this guy up here is breaking the cannabis apart, and they're preparing the cannabis. This guy over here's stripping it from the stalks and stuff, and this guy's having a bong hit while the other guys are working too hard. This guy's stripping it from the stalks. So these are Sufis from the 18th century, still preparing cannabis 2,000 years later. I mean, 4,000 years later, in a very similar way to where it was prepared in that archaeological site. And what is really interesting is in Syria, they were preparing it and drinking it as hayoma still. 4,000 years later, so this firmly identifies the drink. Now it disappeared, of course, through history. That's why we don't know what it is. Then what happened is the Zoroastrian religion, the Mazdian religion, which was preparing homa, had a great reformer known as Zoroaster. Zoroaster was kind of a monotheist. He was one of the first monotheist believer in one god, or should be really considered dualistic because he believed in a god and a devil, and had a lot of power as well. Zoroaster was very concerned about the rituals around hayoma. There was apparently a lot of
this is actually really interesting. The connection to the Zoroastrians, because this is probably where the Torah comes from. Because again, not saying that these traditions don't predate, but at least some of them, not all of them, but you have this idea that actually very similar to the idea, given different context, like it's being in one case it's being induced by a man, in the other case the narrative is actually, now that I think about it, no, you could argue that in Ezra's case it's also being understood as being given by God, but it just basically it mentions that the Persian Magi, they give him this cup of fire to drink, and it's probably a reference to hayoma. He drinks it, and then he starts prophesying. He gets visions from God, and he starts prophesying and he starts reciting the Torah, and the scribes start writing it down.
Who is this person?
Ezra.
Oh, right.
So, in fact, there's an interesting story. So you know how there's Jews in Yemen?
Yeah.
There's this tradition, none of them name their kids Ezra.
Right. Why?
Let me see if I can find something about it. Let's see. Basically, what it comes down to is that, dang it, I thought it would be easier to find. Let's see. Yemenite Ezra. This this is actually kind of hard to find. Basically, what happened was Ezra, when him and Nehemiah, when they returned to the land of Israel, or Canaan, to the Levant, they ended up basically sending word to all the different Jewish communities, and basically that they should send builders and resources to help rebuild the temple. And because actually I don't know if there was a reason for it, but was it? Sorry. Basically, the Yemenite community, for whatever reason, they were like, no, we like it in Yemen. We don't, we're good. We're not going to send anything. And so because of that, they were basically kind of like, in a way, not they weren't like excommunicated from Judaism, but they were kind of like, what's the word? They were marginalized in the Jewish community because of that.
Kind of like the Ethiopian church in a way. Like they're geographically isolated, but they also obviously evolved differently from the mainstream Christianity.
Yeah.
Right.
And so let me see if I thought I'd be able to find something about this. But anyway, so because of this, they have this because they were cursed by Ezra. They have a tradition that they don't name any of their children Ezra, and you have to keep in mind this name pre-existed. That figure. He's just the most famous, example of that name. It's kind of like, how many Johns are there? But is there the John?
Yeah, the John is John the Baptist. pretty much.
It's not actually that, but think about it.
What I mean is, like, somebody sometimes becomes so famous that it's like saying the book. When you say the book, if you're anywhere in the Middle East, it means the Quran. If you're the book, like you're anywhere
Well,
in, you know.
unless you're in Israel.
So, fair enough. Yes, yes. But you see how, like, sometimes a generic noun can actually be very specific.
Oh,
In that
okay.
sense.
Here, I found something.
Thousands of Jews. Yemen was once home to tens of thousands of Jews, whose history goes back to antiquity. A place where a mysterious kingdom adopted Jewish rituals. For the first time, an exhibition is looking at the history of the ancient kingdoms of South Arabia, or modern day Yemen, and the influential role they played in the Near East thousands of years ago. Titled Yemen from Sheba to Jerusalem, the show at the Bible Lands Museum explores the ties between southern Arabia and ancient Israel. Sheba, Kataban, Hadramaut, and Ma'in. These four kingdoms traded spices 2 millennia ago with what was then known as Judea, exporting exotic and valuable fragrances like myrrh and frankincense, which, according to Jewish scripture, were used in the biblical temples.
I actually think this is the first exhibition of its kind that looks at the historical linkage between ancient Yemen and the Yemenite culture today.
It really brings to light civilizations that are unknown, not only here in Israel, but maybe in the entire world, because Yemen is not an area that was properly excavated and researched like we know in Mesopotamia and Egypt, the famous lands of the Bible.
Located some 1,500 miles from the state of Israel, the lands encompassing modern-day Yemen are the most remote mentioned in the Bible. The famed Queen of Sheba is said to have journeyed to Jerusalem to meet with King Solomon, although no archaeological evidence of this exists. The exhibit in Jerusalem also traces the history of Yemenite Jews and the rise of the mysterious Himyarite kingdom, whose rulers began following Jewish customs in the year 380.
In order to unify all the clans and other entities there, they decided to actually adopt.
Dang, I've got to reinstall that game sometime. What is it? I think it's a Total War II Attila. They have the Himyarite kingdom led by Abu Kariba. It's really so much fun to play. You ever play?
Do you find any like similarity or like is there any big like theological things that they diverge from like what you would call the bulk of Judaism?
The what?
The bulk of Judaism right now, because you know how, like, again.
At first I thought you said Balkan Judaism.
Balkan, no. I don't know enough about the Balkans, but yeah, like, because you know how, like I said, the Ethiopian church, you can tell when they sort of separated and diverged. Is there anything like that for those Jews?
Mainly in pronunciation, in certain marriage traditions, and in music, type of music. They have a very unique type of music, but I can't really. I mean, I don't know enough about their religious traditions. Like, I'm much more interested in Jewish history than religious history, but it is something I know a tiny bit about, just not enough to really say for certain.
Monotheistic religion, which was inspired by Judaism. And during that time, the Jews were actually very prosperous there.
Following the rise of Islam in the 7th century, Yemen's Jews were persecuted and forced to pay an annual tax to Muslim authorities.
There's actually, in some ways, there are some parallels between the Himyarites and the Khazars, because in both cases you have populations that. But the difference is Abu Kariba actually converted his subjects, whereas the Khazars, they didn't. And so because of that, it made it a lot easier for, like, basically when the Khazars converted to Islam, and then, because of the way that Islam and Christianity is, they basically, when you have them taking over those lands, everyone becomes Christian or Muslim. It doesn't matter what the rulers do, like it was with Judaism, because the rulers, they converted Judaism, but nobody else really did. I mean, some people did, but not like in mass. And so because of that, that's why you still have, and again, it's possible. There are some theories that maybe the Yemenite Jews that they don't go all the way back to the first temple, and that they're just descendants of the Himyarites. In which case, I don't think that makes them illegitimate. I mean, I personally think that there's probably some connection, because you do have these stories going back all that way, and there's probably a kernel of truth there. Though it's definitely going to be a mix of people descended from the Himyarites and people who might have been like Jewish colonists.
Jewish community was able to develop unique traditions.
The founders of the museum, and me as well, because I'm part of the founding family, we come from Yemen, part of our family. My grandfather was born in Yemen, and he came to Jerusalem as a small child. They left Yemen rather desperately in 1907, and they arrived here in 1909. Those rings on display actually were made by my grandfather. His name was Zachariah Jamil.
They never forgot the land of Israel. And some of the artifacts that we show here really show this longing for arriving.
It's like, wow, you would.
Jamil actually were made by my grandfather. His name was Zachariah Jamil.
They never forgot.
They left. My grandfather was born.
Like, I mean, think about it. You'd never guess that, she has family from Yemen, but that's why the idea of looking at someone's skin color to tell where they're from is just such a bad idea.
Yeah.
I mean, given like most Yemenites have darker skin, but if it's just one quarter, but still the point is there's a lot of Palestinians that look like Ashkenazi Jews, and there's a lot of Ashkenazi Jews that look like Palestinians, and it's kind of like whether you're talking about the perception that you have Palestinians that look like what people expect Ashkenazi Jews to look like, or whether you have Ashkenazi Jews that look what people expect Palestinians to look like. I mean, at the end of the day, it shows how, obviously you do have slight differences, but at the end of the day, you're really dealing with more or less the same people, just geographically separated and then religiously divided.
Right, but I wouldn't discount the lineage, the dynamics of lineage in sort of biological terms. Not in any sort of not any sort of value judgment on any particular.
No, I get what you're saying, but like what I'm trying to bring up is that like people from I mean, there's a lot of people, who there's a lot of Palestinians who they have like some ancestry from the Balkans, or from from Arabia, or from Iraq, in the same way that Jews do, and it's kind of like at the end of the day, you're really dealing with like you're dealing with two different peoples that develop, but if you're like looking at like an ethnic profile, there really isn't as much difference as people think, because there's so much shared in common. Given that doesn't get rid of the fact that you also do have all these influences from different cultures. Like, for instance, there's a lot of Arabic, both linguistic and, well, I mean, obviously linguistic, but like cultural and even like, population-wise influence on, modern day Palestinians. But they also have connections to the ancient Israelites or Canaanites in the same way that Jews do. And people who try to erase that, it's just as bad as people who try to erase that fact for Jews. And that's one of the things where it's like, I really think that as much as this seems like folly, I think one of the only ways that there might be hope for the future is when people abandon, or not abandon, but like when people realize that, so much of the conflict is based on conflict rather than anything like inherent. And again, not to diminish that, because there is, so much trauma on both sides, but, and again, not to both sides, but I mean, different situations, but, like trauma from different situations, I mean, but like at the end of the day, I really think that, like, obviously all, all humans are human, but like, I'm not even talking about making it that general. Like, you're literally dealing with two cultures that are so similar that, like, I mean, there's even like, I don't like, part of that is also because you have these two cultures co-evolving. So even if you're not dealing with like, a connection like genetically, you have this connection that's just like, it's like people who grew up as neighbors and then all of a sudden their kids end up becoming enemies. But like then the kids of the parents who are fighting can look back and see that their grandparents were best friends. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But okay, that's actually a good point, because I was wondering right now, like, how, like you said, the ethnic distinction of any group is really, it's something that you can't really track reliably, and it's not really such a useful concept the more in the past you go. But I wonder, like, because like Judaism is considered both a kind of tribal affiliation and a culture and a religion, do these people in Yemen identify, let's say, as Arabs at all, or do they? I don't know if I've ever seen or heard somebody who's natively, like, let's say, from what you would call now Israel or what you'd call now Yemen or whatever, actually use the term Arab to define themselves, even though, like obviously, if you follow, the whole, like, sons of Abraham, they're different lineages. But like you said, like, you're literally talking about one generation of difference, right? Because they instantly started interacting and intermarrying. So it's almost entirely culturally reinforced, right?
Yeah, and I mean, on top of that, you also have to keep into account the fact that a lot of people were Jews who converted to Christianity and then to Islam, or Jews who converted to Islam. So it's like it's not as simple as, oh, these people here that are Muslim, they have no connection to the land because somehow. And it is a thing. A lot of people falsely equate Islam with the Arabic culture, and therefore end up assuming that Arabs are therefore Muslim, or that Muslims are always going to be Arab, and ends up leading to such. It's kind of like. I'm trying to think of a comparison. I mean, honestly, it might be something like Hinduism. Most Hindus are actually no, because most Muslims aren't Arabs.
They're Asian. They're Southeast Asian. Yeah.
But what was I going to say? That most
Hindu?
most Hindus are ethnically Indian, but there's also people who they end up becoming Hindu.
Yeah.
Anyway,
born in Yemen, and he came to Jerusalem as a small child. They left Yemen rather desperately in 1907, and they arrived here in 1909. Those rings on display actually were made by my grandfather. His name was Zachariah Jamil.
They never forgot the land of Israel. And some of the artifacts that we show here really show this longing for arriving to the promised land.
Soon after the re-establishment of Israel in 1948, a secret mission known as Operation Magic Carpet was launched. Over 50,000 Yemenite Jews were airlifted to the newfound Jewish state. But while today's Jewish presence in Yemen is minimal, the rich history is not forgotten. From the Bible Lands Museum in Jerusalem, Maya Margit reporting for the Media Line.
I have a thing I wanted to actually ask you.
Yeah.
In one of the videos I posted, this Mauro Bellino guy, he was having this conversation, and he made a good point. Like, when the Jews were coming out of Egypt, and when Moses talked to God on the Mount Yahweh, he was saying that at that point, the Hebrew language, hasn't actually developed yet, and that would mean that Yahweh's name is not even necessarily Hebrew in origin. It's most likely Egyptian. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, you have to also keep in mind that, where does he appear to Moses first? In Sinai. But there's also some theories that it could actually be referring to like North Arabia. I don't know. The point though is that regardless, it's not within. It's either within an Egyptian or within an Arabic context, or maybe not Arabic, but like within Arabian context.
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. I've never. I mean, it seems obvious enough because even if you take like, depending on where when you date Moses, it. I've never seen somebody somebody pick up like, hey, actually Yahweh's name couldn't have been entirely or at all sort of Hebrew, like a proper Hebrew, which I don't know. That sort of stunned me a little. uh, anyway, just thought it would be interesting to mention. Yeah. So Yahweh may be Egyptian. Interesting.
Definitely. Let's see. What's this? So like you can hear how different the Hebrew is.
I'm Amanda Weiss. I'm the director of the Bible Lands Museum, Jerusalem. And I became the director of the Bible Lands Museum, Jerusalem, in a somewhat unorthodox way, because my family, my mother and my late stepfather, built this museum. They were the founders of this museum, and it is really the reflection of the vision and the dream, the passion and the hard work that they both put into this to make this institution happen. Ever since I was a child.
That was really interesting. Did you see that?
Shabbat.
It's almost like a bendy.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Like you can see how the dress is so different.
Ever since I was a child, Shabbat dinner, we would sit and the candles would be burning on the table, and there were no lights in the house, just the candles. And my father would tell these wonderful stories that were, to me, they were out of the stories of Arabian Nights. And they were so exciting and so very special. It left a very strong feeling in me always to know more about the people and where my father came from Yemen. In my last years, because I am getting older, I thought that I would be able to achieve something that I had always dreamed about, and that was to create an exhibition about the history of the Yemenite.
But oh yeah, I thought it was muted. So, but just think about that. She's half Yemenite.
Right.
Would you ever be able to know if she didn't say it?
Honestly, no. Especially with the hair. Absolutely not.
In my last years, because I am getting older, I thought that I would be able to achieve something that I had always dreamed about, and that was to create an exhibition about the history of the Yemenite people in Yemen and the connections that they had to the state of Israel. I've done many exhibitions here, and they're all very exciting and very important for me. But this one holds a lot to my heart because my grandfather came from Yemen. For me to feel the objects, touch the objects that my grandfather, but this one holds a lot
to my heart because my grandfather came from Yemen. For me to feel the object.
I mean, even her, like maybe, but at the end of the day, it's like
Very
because
hard.
because there's like like the idea of oh this country, so much of it doesn't exist if you go far back enough, but like beyond that, like just even though we think of like oh people never left their homes or their hometowns, you still did have people who traveled.
But
And
what does that tell you about, this reminds me of a saying. I forget who says it, some psychologist or some yeah. Basically he says that people don't have ideas, ideas have people. And that for me explains why the people, the substrate of culture and conflict change while the battle lines are still the same. Do you see what I mean? Like you said, like it's almost like this animosity between the descendants of Ismail and the descendant of Jacob or whatever versus the actual people are obviously hugely mixed. There's no real distinction in that sense, but the ideologies,
exactly,
yeah. So the actual, the actual, like I said, the quote unquote battle, and I don't know, not to make it too dramatic, but it's not in the real world. It's all in the cultural layer. And if you want to go even further, if these things have sort of an egregore sort of thing, then that's that's really scary in a way, and it's really fascinating. Um,
definitely, yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it's kind
especially
of
if you believe in the like in the life of these ideas. They're not just data. They have a dynamic all on their own.
I mean, think about that though. Imagine if like I mean, I don't even know how you would really manage to explain that, but like say hmm, hmm I got something like a female version of Bacchus ends up becoming impregnated by Ares, and they end up producing politics or like politica or something like I mean, given that that's something that you had even back then, but it's like you take like a concept like for instance like um something like shoot I don't know the internet and say it's something like Athena and Hermes, and then you have this type of like messenger of knowledge, if that makes any sense, like where
Mhm.
one's a messenger and the other is knowledge, and then the combination. So it's like because we live in a different societal milieu, we don't think of things in that way. So it's like it so because of that we're still stuck in these old paradigms, whereas there can't be a synthesis between Ishmael and Isaac because the two must be separate.
Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean, especially when you get to the cognitive layer, it's very natural for it to form categories and polarities. There has to be a sort of winner and loser type thing instead of like something more transcendent and evolving. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think I see what
Yeah,
you mean.
I think it's something that we need to reject because it ends up getting us stuck in the past.
Well, honestly, the way forward is not rejection, it's transcendence, which is a kind of a constructive reorganization. It's really, yeah,
I guess
yeah,
what I mean is we have to reject the idea that that's the only way.
yes, for sure, yes.
So oh yeah uh,
to my heart because my grandfather came from Yemen. For me to feel the objects, touch the objects that maybe his forefathers or great 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 grandfathers have touched is significant for me. The Bible Lands Museum, Jerusalem, Museum Artsot HaMikra, is about the lands of the Bible. And Yemen is probably one of the most remote lands of the Bible that we have. But the ancient Yemenite Jewish culture had a dream to have. And Yemen, Museum Artsot HaMikra,
is about the Bible Lands Museum, Jerusalem, Museum Artsot HaMikra, is about the lands of the Bible. And Yemen is probably one of the most remote lands of the Bible that we have. But the ancient Yemenite Jewish culture had a dream to be in the land of Israel. And even after people died, they requested that their bones be gathered and that they be buried in Israel. There are graves here in the country. That longing to have that connection to Israel and to the Bible, to the Tanakh, is something that never waned, never got lost along the way, no matter how long and hard that journey was. And each of those gravestones and inscriptions is really evidence of the people who had that dream and carried that dream with them to their graves, and their families made sure that they would then be buried here in Israel.
My father's family came here in 1907. They organized.
You're muted, Ariel.
One of my, I mean, I haven't kept in as good contact as I should have. But one of my tour guides when I was in Israel, and I got really close with him. His name's Ayal. And I mean, this guy, he looks as Yemenite as you get, but I think he's half Ashkenazi actually. I might either that or a quarter. I'm really rusty. It's been forever since I talked to him, but his grandfather. This was back in the 18 or not grandfather. It was great grandfather. Yeah. This would have been like I think in the 20s or so. Wait, no. This would be like around the turn of the century. So like I think the like 1890s, 1880s. His great grandfather left Yemen and like walked on foot to to the Levant just to get to to the land of Israel, which then was under Ottoman occupation. Which I mean, it was actually probably the best period, like the most peaceful period. In all honesty, but obviously that's another topic for another day. But yeah, it's just it's honestly wild because like there's this idea that Zionism is a European movement and that it's something that was like created, but in reality the name was just given to a feeling that had already existed for thousands of years and was only now becoming politically viable. So it's like one of those things where obviously it doesn't justify anything horrible that's been done in its name, but it's also not something as simple as it's just a settler colonialist movement, because it literally goes all the way back to an indigenous people being exiled from their land. But again, that doesn't mean that therefore it's like we were just talking about, it's not a zero-sum game. But people,
and it's like you said, like obviously there's, even if it was, I'm not saying it was, but even if it was a kind of like purely colonialist ploy, it would make sense. It would make better sense if there was a pre-existing cultural reason for it. But like also like you also have to like think about, it's one thing to say they can go there. It's a different proposition to say something about us. Like, and from my understanding, they were actually quite like there were negotiations that were quite amenable to them moving there and living under, I think, what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. His name is Uthman, not not the Khalifa, but like one of the rulers before the establishment of Israel as a state.
he was a sultan, right?
I really don't remember. He was. I mean, was he a sultan? Was he a local guy?
I thought
He would have probably been a king, not a sultan, or maybe he was.
also
But yeah, like the idea. I think the idea of a state really changed a lot of it. Just changed things a little too much for most people, I think. But like
hashtag,
it's much
hashtag
less about religion and race than I think people realize.
yeah hashtag thanks, oh Europe.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly.
But what was it I was going to say? Ah, dang it.
You were talking about your what was it, your Yemenite guide?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think I was done talking about that, but yeah, I forget. Maybe it'll come back. But and
You were talking about like the yearning to go back, sort of.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
that, and like I think that anyone who looks at that, like basically, it really reeks of hypocrisy to me, to anyone who justifies. And again, this is one of those things where it so long as people insist that it's a zero sum game, it's going to be that. But that the longing that both Palestinians who were kicked out or who left because they were afraid of getting killed during the war, both them and their descendants, the yearning that they have to return for the land is similar, if not the exact same feeling that Jews have for 2,000 years. And again, just because Jews have had that feeling for 2,000 years doesn't mean that they have more. It's one of those things where it's like, and I think there's also like anyone who thinks that I also think that the whole idea of the coming of the Messiah or the Messianic era is hugely based off of the way that it was developed, as opposed to just how it started. The idea of someone who's literally just doused in oil. But that, like, I don't know how you can think that it's okay to to basically nurse your wounds at the expense of someone else and then expect that the Messiah is going to come. I mean, it's like there's this idea that your actions have to merit that. And so it's like, it almost seems like, if nothing else, it's a test,
Right. But if you put it in the context of you defending yourself, it suddenly almost anything becomes, and that's in every single context, not necessarily in that context of that conflict. But if you're defending yourself, it suddenly becomes okay. You talk about othering, and that's exactly that.
Yeah. I actually just recently, started and finished this one series on Netflix. Really good. I was pleasantly surprised. It's have you heard of it? It's called The Girl from Oslo.
No, what is that?
Let me see if I can find the trailer. But basically, it does a really good job of depicting the humanity and also the, maybe not so much barbarity, but someone needs to come up with a word for sitting with your thumbs up your ass. There needs to be a word for that. Malfeasance. I don't know, but no, like they end up like actually showing. And I mean, I'm personally, like, again, I think it's something that's really complicated, but it's also kind of like there is a comparison that gets made between, and again, I don't think it's a perfect comparison at all, but that also doesn't mean that, like, there isn't something there. But basically, between Hamas and the Irgun, or like the Lachi, basically showing how in one context freedom fighters are just terrorists with another name, and like how at the end of the day it's not something that, like, just because you're fighting for freedom doesn't justify atrocities. But it's also not as simple as just saying, oh, these people are committing atrocities simply because they're atrocious, because
Right.
Like, how easily could that be? Again, it doesn't justify actions, but if you just use that as a blanket statement, how easily can that be used against anyone?
Right. Yeah. It's tough because honestly, if you push people hard enough, they'll do anything. But then like what use is to judge their morality when you literally push them to the capacity or to the place where that faculty is just not, it's not active, you know. You know, if you put me in a room and like starve me for like a week, you know, I'll do anything almost, right? Like, let's be honest, right? Like, obviously, when I have my wits about me and like, you know, in right sound mind, I'll have all my, you know, all my all my moral, you know, ideas about myself, you know,
Definitely.
actually working. But you know, push me
Well,
hard enough and anything is possible.
oh, I forget what it was I was watching. Oh, okay. No, you ever watch House?
Oh, how's the sort of medical
Yeah.
sort of, yeah.
So there's this one episode where there's this lady who's super nice, and basically House is like kind of shitting on that, and he's like basically asking his one of his interns, like, why do you work here? He's like, because I enjoy it. He's like, no, you no, it was why do you work here? Because I like helping people. No, you like the feeling that, or like basically saying that he doesn't actually like helping people. He likes the feeling that people give him when basically
Yes.
this
Yeah.
idea of social reward. And I mean, shoot, how was I connecting that? Like, basically that, oh, what is it? That one Snickers ad. You're not you when you're hungry.
Exactly. That's literally it. And so, like, is it moral to like do something as awful as like blowing up a bus? Well, it obviously not. But you're talking to somebody who's maybe lost like, 5 family members. I mean, what do you tell them? There's nothing to say at that point. It's wrong. Okay, fine. Now what? you know? Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah, sound.
Of the new series, The Girl from Ox. With us now is Ori Barbash, the director of the new series, The Girl from Oslo. Ori, thank you so much for being with me. What do you hope viewers around the world, how do you hope they respond to this series? What are the big themes, the emotional arcs you want people to experience when they commit to this new series?
It's kind of a political thriller, but I would say I would like them to believe in human spirit, because the story is a very tough story about kidnapped, which is a dramatic explosion, which creates kind of a dramatic tsunami all over, with to the families, to the friends, to the lovers, to the decision makers in nowhere in Israel, the tsunami all over, with to the families, to the friends, to the love over, with to the families, to the friends, to the lovers, to the decision makers in nowhere in Israel.
Wait, families?
But eventually,
it's so weird. Before it sounded like he said Kabbalists. At least that's what it sounded like to me.
Dramatic tsunami all over, with to the families, to the friends, to the lovers, to the decision makers in nowhere in Israel. But eventually, the 3 key characters, Arik the Israeli, Alex the Norwegian woman, and Laila the Palestinian woman, they succeed to find some kind of operational compromise, which I don't want to destroy the final dramatic climax of the series, but they do find a solution to this ordeal. So the most important thing, I think, is to believe deeply in the possibility of human spirit, which means peace in our region.
Ori, a lot of filmmakers, directors, they're worried about foreign
spirit, which means peace in our region.
Ori, a lot of filmmakers, directors. They're worried about foreign language, content, how it will be received in America or around the world. I believe there are 4 languages in total as part of the Girl from Oslo. Did you have any concerns about that? And are you happy to see that this is being reviewed well and is being is a success around the world, despite how many languages there are?
First of all, I must admit I am so surprised and so happy that the Girl from Oslo is such a success all over the world, in Europe, in Asia, in South America, in the USA, which is outrageous.
I mean, let's see, did it right? It's more or less kind of covered what I was talking about, but here, back to
McKenna, I think I keep going back to him, but he really figured all of this out. Like, and it's not I think it's not a coincidence that the people who were associated with the use of these substances had some of the most progressive looking sort of social customs, right? The whole thing with...
Who are you talking about?
Well, the Scythians apparently, they were, they treated women with much better than most people around them, right? Like the presentation was saying. And I think my point is this, right? In most the Middle Eastern cultures, use of psychedelics or any sort of inebriant or whatever they're called is sort of not part of the mainstream anymore, right? Like, I think we can all agree that it's greatly diminished compared to what it would be otherwise. And I think that actually contributes to the kind of calcification that we see. And again, like, McKenna's, what he says about this is that what do we need to do is people need to get high, and it'll allow them to get a sort of a kind of perspective that that'll allow them to like step over the kind of boundaries that we've built. And like we were just saying, like the major barrier is not even actual population, it's the ideas that they hold. These are the boundaries, and what dissolve boundaries the most? It's drugs. Yeah, so I think he just I'm not like doing a good job of explaining how he said it, but I think he's just totally right. If you cut off like human beings from using these plants, well, you get a kind of, you disturb the homeostasis, and then you get an overly hierarchical and patriarchal mode.
I definitely see that.
Yeah.
March from this village in Yemen that they lived in to escape the country and finally to come to Israel, the land of their dreams. They had strange stories that he would tell about the adventures, including how the bandits would always attack the caravans, and they had to walk, and they walked and walked and walked for many miles and for a very long period of time.
In Yemen, there was not an abundance of Sifrei Tanakh. And so children learned and people studied around one book. It's why we have that photograph on display, because it comes from a love of that Tanakh. And if there's only one book and we all need to study it, we'll find the way to study it together.
There's something really beautiful about
One of the
that.
important elements of this exhibition that we wanted you to see was the aromatics, the value of the... We all need to study it. We'll find the way to study it.
Oh yeah, aromatics.
One of the important elements of this exhibition that we wanted you to see was the aromatics. The value of those scents was probably similar to silver or gold in the market today. And they were used all across, even through the Roman Empire. And that route that they traveled and they took is what helped the Jews make it from Yemen to Israel itself. And they're actually used in ritual in Yemenite Jewish practice to this day. And the incense burners that you've seen on display, the raw material that we have here is evidence of that. The Havdalah service at the end of Shabbat, the kinds of scents that we smell and appreciate to close the Sabbath as we begin our new week, that's also very, very important, and the scents themselves are unique, the essences of the scents for the Yemenite Jewish community.
My father was a Yemenite jeweler, as his father was before him, and his father before
The Yemenite
him.
jeweler Jew. Or a Jewish Yemenite jeweler.
He used to sit at his
I
table.
actually
It's a
wonder
very
if
small
like
table.
jewelry is actually named after Jews. I wonder if that's could that be a case?
I don't think so. I've looked this up before. Because Joel, I think it's like let's see. Jewel.
It says it's Old French.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Wait, what? That's wild. Jewel, Middle English from Old French Joel, from Old French jeu, game or play, Latin jocus, or which is like jest.
Huh.
But that just doesn't make sense.
Why would you use
Oh, interesting. From perhaps based ultimately on Latin gaudium, joy, or on Latin jocus, joke or jest. But like, yeah, that sounds like there might be something else there, because that just sounds so strange. One second. Let's see. Where is it? But yeah, I mean, it is interesting because it is like a craft that Jews have been in for a long time, and it just has to do with, because it's based on knowledge. You can take the knowledge with you anywhere, so long as you have the tools.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, that'd definitely be something to look into.
He had a piece of wood attached to it with a little clamp, and the clamp would hold the piece of silver that he was cutting and shaping, and he would put together beautiful things like rings and earrings and necklaces. And there are some very lovely examples of the type of jewelry.
Are you following?
On exhibit here in our gallery that you will enjoy seeing.
The Yemenite Jewish community has never really had the proper credit or light shown upon the cultural contribution that particular culture has to the land of Israel today, or the Jewish people as a whole. And for us at the Bible Lands Museum, it's an opportunity to take a unknown culture on the real depths and bring it to light for the public.
The museum Artsot Mikra is a very important thing in my life. And it was something that my late husband, Eli Borowski, put together with Kol his neshama, and he devoted his entire life to it. And this is what he gave as a gift to the land of Israel and to the Jewish people. I was to the land of Israel and to the Jewish people. I was very fortunate to be in a position to take on the project of building the Museum Artsot Mikra. It was the greatest achievement, I think, in my life, quite frankly.
honestly, like Yemenite music is some of the most beautiful, if you ask me. That in Spanish is Sephardic.
Hmm.
Let's see, where was the other one? Oh, right. So, how about a little palate cleanser? I found a video that I only watched part of it because I was so tired when I got to it. But, like, it is just, it's too good. So, what's the first thing that you hear when you, or what's the first thing you think of when you hear Divine Feminine?
First thing when I define feminine, I think, honestly, because lately we've been hanging out, like Usher probably.
Ah,
But because
okay.
you guys have had an influence on me, so that's kind of biased. But you know, you said the first thing, so I said the first thing.
So, get ready to
People
well,
are
I don't know.
saying Grail. Yeah,
What?
yeah. People are saying Grail, Baron Arcanus.
Oh, also, let's see. Sage said some stuff. Let's see. So,
Yeah.
that's what I do. Burn incense comes usually on Shabbat, and of course, some candles. Fascinating. Yes, it seems like Zoroastrian influence into the lighting Sabbath menorahs incense. I wouldn't say the menorah. In fact, there's a deliberate rejection of Zoroastrian practices in the lighting of the menorah, but the Shabbat candles, especially because there's two of them, I could see that. I just think that in terms of the menorah, it's much more likely that it's connected to Assyrian traditions, and if you can connect the Assyrian tree of life to the to some lighting tradition in Zoroastrianism, then definitely. But I just think that you need to trace it back to the tree of life first.
But isn't it interesting also, I wanted to mention this before we palate cleanse, the idea that the Magus offered Ezra a concoction and then a tradition is born. It's so, I really would love to just be there. Like, what are they doing? You know, what is it that, why are they always mentioned? You know, why is that detail always there?
Why so is why so serious?
Yeah, why so serious?
But
Right.
no, there's definitely something there, especially because of the here. I mean, let's see. Where is it? Sorry, well, one second. Okay, here. Let's see, where is it?
My name is Hanan Naftali. I'm an Israeli, and what I learned in Persian, the first sentence is Maniak Israeli Hastam, Vamana Shege Mardumech.
Wait, did you just say maniac?
Now, I wanted to ask you.
No, because that the word in Hebrew, it means like was it I think it means like
Is
idiot.
that like a swear?
Yeah, it's like calling someone like a dumbass.
Hanan Naftali. I'm an Israeli, and what I learned in Persian. My name is Hanan Naftali. I'm an Israeli, and what I learned in Persian, the first sentence is Maniak Israeli Hastam, Vamana Shege Mardumech Hastam. Now, I wanted to ask you, Your Highness, what does the future look like for Israelis and Iranians?
Well, it depends on whether or not Iran can be freed of the current regime that has nothing to do with Iran or Iranians, and therefore is not representative of a nation that has stood for centuries. And as you know, the relationship that Iran has, or Persia, as it used to be called, with the Jewish people throughout centuries, and ultimately, since Israel was created, is really a biblical relationship.
Yeah.
Just these walls are proof of how far it goes in time. And of course, we take pride as a nation of being the children of Cyrus the Great, who was, among other things, someone who helped rebuild the temples here and freed the Jewish slaves. So it's truly a biblical relationship. And now that we are in the 21st century, the potential for a bright future and close ties and cooperation and true friendship, true partnership is, of course, quite doable. We just hope that we can liberate ourselves first from the current regime that is anti-Iranian, that is anti-Jewish, anti-Israeli, anti-life, anti-life. When you say L'chaim, that means to life.
Amen.
We celebrate life. They celebrate martyrdom and death. That's the difference.
Thank you. We love the Iranian people, and thank you for coming.
It's a new day.
Amen.
I feel like it's the beginning of a new day for our relationships. And we can put behind us all the old fashions and superstitions and prejudices. I really, really see that
old fascist fashion.
A new era. With young people, all of us together, we're all the same. We're going to be together in the future. Jews, Muslims, Israelis, Iranians. I really think we have more in common than we have differences.
No, just that there is this connection that goes back. I mean, arguably, a lot of the biblical tradition is based or was written down in Persian contexts.
Right. Persian context is one thing, but why does the detail of the Magus initiating something like that keeps persisting? I don't know what that motif means, because ostensibly, if you're a monotheistic religion with a sort of a kind of established idea about, I don't know, it doesn't fit neatly in a sort of a, I guess maybe I don't understand very well how sort of the Magi fit into the worldview of the Hebrews at the time, but it seems like an odd, because whenever there's an ideology, it tries to sort of say that it's like it's the ultimate thing, and but to say that he was sort of, the process was initiated by people who have wildly different beliefs than Jews came to believe, that's odd to me. Why would you conserve that detail?
Well, because honestly, I don't know, but I mean, you do have to keep in mind this idea, this whole paradigm of good and bad, of light and dark, that is introduced as a result of Zoroastrianism, most likely. Like, you obviously have these ideas of, polar opposites, but this idea of them being like rivals as opposed to opposite ends, that's a Persian idea. I mean, no, the idea of them being rivals is a Persian idea. That's what I mean. The idea that they can coexist and are part of nature already, which, I mean, you definitely have elements of that in Zoroastrianism, but it's much more focused on this battle between light and dark rather than finding a synthesis between them.
Yes.
I don't know if does that make sense?
It makes sense on its own, but it doesn't really address my point. Is that how does that sort of initiatic, what seems like an initiation for Ezra, fit into the narrative of the origin and the genesis of the Torah, the most important document?
I mean,
do commentators, maybe it's unfair, but I wonder what commentators say about that event. Do they speculate? Do they wonder something?
Yeah, actually, I'll look it up. I need to take a dab, so let's palate cleanse a little.
Yeah.
Have a little bit of what's the word? A little bit too much politics on my tongue.
All right, welcome back to the Alchemist Lab, and in this one, it's about the goddess Shekinah. In the Kabbalah, we call the goddess the Shekinah. Also in alchemy, we call the goddess the prima materia. And this is something I actually found out recently, because I was thinking about it and I was just like,
oh God.
Well, Malkuth in the Kabbalah Tree of Life, which is what I'm going to show later on with the whiteboard and everything in this lecture. Malkuth is Earth. We call Earth Mother Earth. We also call Malkuth Shekinah, or the divine feminine. And in the beginning, as we all know, in every mythological story, every creation story, in the beginning, there was darkness. In the beginning, there was divine feminine. So I'm saying in the beginning, there was the feminine. So everything in the universe.
Holy crap.
There is a principle of law.
Think about this.
Excuse me. There's a law.
In the beginning, there was darkness. There was nothing. That's not bad. That's only bad. That's only scary in a context where the darkness is bad and the light is good. You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. It
So,
depends. The thing is, it's one thing to say darkness, but as far as we are concerned, if it's outside of the light, it's also nothingness. And in that sense, I mean, I would say nothingness is a threatening concept, right? It's not just darkness. It's not just unknown. It's nothingness especially if you're prone to sort of polar thinking.
No, I get that, but it's the difference between, like, imagine, say you fall into a hole and you keep falling. The monotheistic worldview, or the one that's influenced by Persia, would view you've fallen into a dark hole and you're trapped there for the rest of your life. The pre-existing, or like the was it more Semitic worldview, I think you could say, because ultimately you are dealing with an Indo-European tradition that's introducing new ways of thought. Given you already have this, generations earlier with the Scythians, but when you're dealing with the like Medo-Iranians, like the Medes, Iranians, then you're dealing with like a new wave of these ideas. But maybe it's almost like, say you fall into a hole and it's like, maybe you'll come out the other side, but it's this difference between seeing darkness as bad and evil and that's permanent, rather than that darkness is that which precedes light, if that makes any sense.
Yes, and that makes a lot of sense again if you think of it as a sort of an embodied versus representational model. The representational model, when you get to the edge, it panics. And that's prone to polarity, whereas a more like naturalistic model would just think of it as a transition. Destruction is part of the just the dynamic of nature, and it's sort of infinite, and it's just a transformation from one thing to the next.
So that actually reminds me of this. Tell me what you think about it. So this is a paper that I wrote for one of my classes. It's still in the works, but there's a certain stereotype that exists and surrounds Hasidic Jews, particularly concerning their domestic, sexual, and religious lives. In the past decade, countless documentaries, movies, and TV series have been made detailing the lives of religiously fundamentalist communities and members who wish to leave the milieu they were raised in. While this is a real facet of the Jewish community, it is vastly overrepresented in mass-marketed media depictions of Jewish religion, and while some of this may be due to a general trend of religious expose entertainment, it's also a great injustice to a community whose traditions go back further than most Western nations' foundations. Despite being a member of the typically heavily patriarchal monotheistic Abrahamic traditions, Judaism has a unique strand of matriarchy that can trace itself all the way back to, and arguably further back than, patriarchal Judaism, which arose in the Second Temple period. In the documentary Shekhinah, The Intimate Lives of Hasidic Women, the main focus of the film, the headmaster of the Orthodox Jewish girls' school, Chani, very powerfully states, it's very interesting. People think that Jewish schools for girls are a new thing because it only came up in the last generation. But if you look back all the way to the time of the Jews in the desert, there were always leaders among the women. There were always prophetesses among the women. There were always judges among the women. So it's not even a new thing. All along, there were always brilliant women who knew the law, sometimes even better than men. So that's the end of the quote. Then I continue. One of the oldest grammatically dated parts of the Hebrew Bible is the Song of Deborah in the book of Judges. Not only does this show Israel being guided by a prophetess, that very woman is the reason that the Israelites continue on to victory due to the cowardice and lack of faith of the men, specifically her general and male co-leader, Barak. Jewish tradition constantly affirms not only the wisdom of women, but their holiness as well. While some of these beliefs can definitely be seen as sexual essentialism, there is a much deeper vein to this ideology than a mere fetishization of women for their physical bodies, but their minds and souls. One of the rabbis interviewed for the documentary explains that the Hasidic movement is in essence a feminist movement, meaning the following. Home is not a place of performance, but of being. That's a feminine thing. Women are not praying for personal redemption or a place in heaven, but to transform this world. So it's not this idea of another world, but this world. So now the motive is to do mitzvahs, not only and not so much to get somewhere, but because the mitzvahs are about an essential connection to God, by which He will reveal His being on earth, making the whole world home for Him. And His being is understood as inherently feminine. So the Messianic era is known as a feminine era because it's the era where the world will becomes a home. So that's under the quote. His words perfectly encapsulate the reality of Hasidic philosophy, considering both the role of both quote unquote the role of women end quote, as well as the coming Messianic age. In direct contrast of Christianity and Islam, Judaism doesn't view women as and again, this might be overgeneralizing. I need to specify this is Hasidic Judaism. And again, that doesn't mean that there isn't elements of sexism or, misogyny, but a lot of that is being mirrored off of other cultures. And again, not to say that's not that it wouldn't be there anyway, but it's not something that's textually supported. But anyway, Judaism doesn't view women as inferior to men, rather than viewing the Genesis narrative as Eve being created from Adam's rib. Another and this is going into another thing, but another really interesting saying that explains why Hasidim view women how they do. Quote, before a person is born, they are one soul, and God splits them into male and female. By getting married and being together in an intimate way, husband and wife reunite as one. And again, this is obviously heteronormative, so that can't be left out. That's, another, issue within our modern society, that people aren't being represented in these texts fully because you're leaving out entire segments of the population. So again, it's I'm not doing apologetics for this. I mean, obviously I might be being a bit too general when I say Jewish or Judaism. I'll admit there, but in terms of in terms of misogyny and sexism, I'm admitting it's still definitely there. It's just that, at the end of the day, if people were being honest with what they supposedly believed, I don't think they'd be able to hold those beliefs. But
yeah, no, I agree 100%. But it's really interesting what you said about them thinking that their role is to bring about something in the world and not just I don't know. There's something very Kabbalistic about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. So there's no greater holiness than husband and wife together in the intimate act of creation, even when they don't conceive their holy souls being created above in heaven. Jewish tradition holds the first man to be the first quote unquote man to be an androgynous human who is then split down the middle into male and female. Due to this, women are understood as being accountable to their husbands, who are in turn accountable to their wives. The word in Hebrew is Ezra Kenegdo, which means a helper, to be in contrast or like in opposition. Hasidic Judaism heavily leans into this and views girls and women as being embodiments of the Shekhinah, the feminine personality of God. But I mean, some other things is that there is this what's the word? It's an obligation. Men have an obligation to please their wives, not just make them happy in a general sense, but also in a sexual sense. And if I might be rusty, but I don't think it's the other way around. Because at the end of the day, the man has an obligation to procreate, but a woman doesn't have that obligation. She's not actually obligated by law. It's something that a man is, and obviously there's this implication that a man needs a woman in order to do that, but it's not something that if a woman doesn't do that, given culturally, she might be seen as you didn't get married, but it's not like she's failing an obligation, if that makes any sense. She's not failing God. If people view her, that's because that's a communal thing. And again, I also think that a lot of these things that people ascribe to God are really just communal rules. But the key point being is that a lot of, and see, there's also another thing. One of the reasons why it's said that men are commanded to do these things, but women aren't, it's not because women aren't supposed to do them. It's not because women aren't supposed to do them. It's because women don't need to be told.
Exactly. Yes.
And that completely goes in the face of the Western understanding of it, because isn't it supposed to be that women don't know how to, and again, I want to clarify, I'm not saying this is, the Western,
yeah, this is the belief, right?
Yeah, that, women don't know how to think for themselves and they need a man to think for them. Basically tying this back to, Eve and Adam. But at the end of the day, is it also possible that Adam was too afraid, and that because you can't believe that narrative without believing that God intended for them to do it. So therefore, what if Adam was too afraid and she was the one that had the courage, and so she took this necessary step that ultimately God wanted to be taken.
Yeah, and also she took that step after being persuaded, which is kind of a very intellectual thing. Like, she was convinced by an argument as opposed to Adam, who was just like, yeah, sure, I'll eat it.
No, but remember, she wasn't convinced. There was no logic
She
behind
was
it.
tempted.
No, she wasn't just tempted, she was tricked.
All
But
right.
it's like it's like, what if Adam was the one who was tricked? That he was like
Yes.
like, and again, I think it's something where, you know, you could ultimately pull so many different things from this. There's not any one way, but that's the thing. People who insist that there's these one interpretation to it, that's just not the case. If you can interpret it a different way and you can do it like without, you know, inserting things that aren't there, it's just as legitimate as any other one. Because if it can be read into it and it doesn't contradict what's written, then it's considered legitimate by Jewish tradition.
Right. And it's so interesting that you mentioned that women don't need to be told, and in that sense, it's probably why sort of male or sort of patriarchal systems tend to actually have a more contentious relationship or more friction with natural order, because in that sense men are not as in tune to nature as women have to be, almost physiologically. And because you talk about, you know, cycles and periods and, you know, giving birth and so on. So in that sense also, it would make a lot more sense that matriarchal systems are just more ready to have the kind of existence that you would associate with like pre you know, tribal pre-agriculture type things. Not to say that there wasn't patriarchal elements, but as a whole it wasn't. There's a clear distinction, I think, between them.
I think you can also probably draw some connection to this with the idea that, you know, originally women were, you know, inside the cities. They were growing the food. They were, you know, they would, you know, take care of like stock. They would, you know, take care of business. And men were primarily like sentinels and guards. And the thing is that, like, you know, I think that in a sense, like, it's almost like, imagine in some sense, back then, like, you know, maybe it wasn't like one was better than the other, but it was just that's how it was. But it's like, on one hand, you know, you look back then, it would have been women who were in, you know, more prestigious positions, and then it flips, and then it flips again. And I think ideally the goal is to get some sort of balance, because and again, I don't necessarily think that like a balance implies total equality in sense of it. Okay, maybe I need to rephrase that. That doesn't imply total like
symmetry.
Yeah, because like I mean, you know, that's silly to expect things to be totally symmetrical. Like, the only way you're going to see that is when it comes to like to crime statistics. Like, if you adjust for everything, actually, wait, no, this might just be specific to like sexual crimes, but basically that there isn't any one ethnicity. There's not one, like, say there's not a demographic like, oh, you're divorced or you're not married or you are married. It doesn't increase the chances of someone being a predator. And that's because it's like, it's almost completely equal, like not enough to make a statistical difference across different populations, because at the end of the day, when it comes to behavior, we are all human.
Yes, right.
But anyway, yeah, some palate cleanse.
There's the universal law of the principle of gender. So I'm saying everything has a male and female attribute. When you think about it, though, when you look at just sacred geometry in general, or if you look at you know, just different symbols, everything, like everything came from the womb, everything came from the woman. Even the Kabbalah tree of life is just one big ass womb, which is what I'm going to show in this in the whiteboard. Just think about the vacuum of space. It's just one big ass fucking womb. You know what I'm saying? One big ass dark matter vagina. See what I'm saying? 'Cause that's all a vagina is, anyways. It's a magical stargate to the cosmos. So, and when you talk about goddess energy, it's like the goddess can take many forms. See what I'm saying? Just like in let's take the Yoruba tradition. You got Oshun, Yemiya, you got all these different goddesses, but they have different attributes. Just like in Greece or in Hinduism, you know, got Kali, you got Lakshmi, you got, you know, there's many different aspects of the goddess. And there's many different aspects of the goddess because, you know, the feminine energy deals with the moon. And I'm going to show some of this on the whiteboard, like I said. The feminine energy deals with the moon, and there's different moon phases. See what I'm saying? So the goddess is chaos. The goddess is everything. See what I'm saying? The goddess is the prima materia. The physical matter is the prima materia, and the goddess is the alchemist that gave birth to physical matter, or the prima materia. Prima materia means first matter or primal matter. What is the primal matter? Dark matter or feminine energy. So yeah, hopefully you guys got something out of this, and on to the next section of the lecture.
Isn't matter and mother share the same root? Isn't that the case?
Okay, let me make sure everything's right. Okay, now
it does.
Where do we start here? Because there's a lot to really go over. Now, when it comes to the Kabbalah Tree of Life, those of you who don't know, the Kabbalah Tree of Life is basically a map of the universe, because you are the universe manifested within itself. So, in saying that, it's a map of the body. So I guess I'll start here. Here is your side, the number 9, the womb. Hopefully you guys can see right here. Yeah, you got it. I got it set up where everybody can see. So yeah, this is your side. Your side deals with the moon, and each one of these spheres deals with a planet. If you just study the basics of what this is, and there's a reason why I always use this, because where everybody can see. So yeah, this is your side. Your side deals with the moon, and each one of these spheres deals with a planet. If you just study the basics of what this is, and there's a reason why I always use this, because symbols says 1,000 words. So with this symbol, it's a good teaching tool. See what I'm saying? With me, I'm not trying to convert anybody to do any particular spiritual system. You know what I mean? But you know, I went over that in another video. But anyways, if you study this, if you look at it, this deals with the moon, and the moon is feminine, and this is the number 9, and 9 months in the womb. You know what I'm saying? Up here I have Ayin Sof,
Okay, that's
Ayin
actually
Sof
pretty interesting.
and this is light, limitless light, not limited light, but limitless light, and nothing, the eye, Ayin Soft earth, the wisdom of the eye. So I'm saying, but there's triple darkness of space. So I'm saying light, darkness. So I'm saying before creation, basically. And there's 3 stages. So I'm saying, but once again, there's just that number 3 again. That number 3 on the Kabbalah deals with Saturn, and Saturn is the great on here is the great mother, Shekinah once again. So or wisdom, or I mean this is understanding, but wisdom in you know, the wisdom of Solomon, Proverbs 8. So I'm saying Proverbs, you know, but up here on here she's represented as understanding. This over here.
So I really, really like Wahida Zal's model, where 3 is actually Chokhmah, or like would be corresponding to Logos, like in Christian tradition, and then you would have the Mother or the Holy Spirit as the second one. And it makes more sense because the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet is Bet. Bet is the first letter in. Well, first of all, Bet is short for Beit or bait. Bait means house, and house is associated with the feminine because of this whole idea of like I read from that one quote that the idea of being, not becoming, and that being is understood as feminine, and being it's connected with the home, and also with this idea of container, that it contains life, because what is in a home? If a home doesn't have life in it, it's not a home.
Mm-hmm. And Shekinah is obviously strongly associated with home, right?
Definitely. And it's this idea that Shekinah can't dwell without a home.
Yeah.
Happy 420. It's not 420, but it is 420.
If there's one thing it's okay to be late for, it's smoking weed.
Or to be early.
Or early.
Well, so that's interesting. So 420 said House of the Sacred, Ariel. So interestingly enough, you want to know what the word for temple in Hebrew is? Beit HaMikdash. Mikdash is the mem participle of Kadash, which means holy or sacred or sanctified. Beit is house. Beit HaMikdash is the holy house, or like the house of the sanctuary house. Or the home of the sacred. That's another good way to say it. But yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, seriously, like I don't think on it. Like, I'm going to be completely honest. I would not. I don't know if I should say this. I don't know that I would really care about. And see, this is the thing, because I never had any interest in this idea of goddess religion at all until I discovered it within a Jewish context. And again, it's not like I was looking to find it. I wasn't trying to find it. It found me. And so it's like, honestly, if it wasn't for that, I don't know that I would be this invested in the study of Jewish tradition, even though, I'm not tied to an Orthodox tradition. I don't think I'd find it interesting if not for this. And it's one of those things where it's like a chicken or the egg. I find it interesting because of the goddess, goddess traditions. But why do I find that interesting? Because it's in my tradition. But I don't. It's almost like independent of each other. I don't find either to be particularly interesting. Like, I'd be more interested in history, but for whatever reason, that's like the missing link that my mind or whatever needed to make theology, or as I guess as some scholars actually are have been referring to it, which I wish you would knew about this before. Some people are calling it theologians as opposed to theologians. Because it's this idea of, thea as opposed to theo. Baron says, Arasto is never late. Bolo Swaggins, he simply runs on Jamaican time. But yeah, here, let's see. My palate is cleansed, but not sufficiently.
Here's wisdom, but this once again, that number 3, that trimester state.
I have to admit, this guy is actually not a kook. And that is very rare when you have people talking about Kabbalah that aren't Jews. Like,
yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I guess you could say the same thing about Hinduism, unless you're dealing with like a scholar. And again, just because someone's a scholar doesn't mean shit. But it's kind of like the approach that they come from. Like, for instance, someone who's like, for instance, I'll see wild connections, but I'll never say, oh, this is connected, or this. I don't even feel comfortable saying it might be connected. It's like, that's interesting. I need to look into it. And then, obviously there's certain things where there hasn't been enough scholarship done where it's like, okay, maybe that's, cutting edge or the frontier of that field. Like, for instance, you have, I'm trying to think I don't really know what it would be in terms of, I mean, I think a lot of stuff now, at least when you're dealing with like confirming social science stuff, like confirming it with archaeological evidence, a lot of it just comes down to advancements in science more than it does like advancements in so it's almost like, in a lot of ways, if you think about it, almost all of our advances in knowledge come down to an increase in some type of technology, because what it does is it increases the availability of knowledge for everyone. And I don't know, there's just something so fascinating about, wait, what's this? The womb is too low. No, see, this is the thing. So basically,
Isn't 9 and 8 and 7, shouldn't they be connected?
What do you mean?
Aren't they usually connected in a typical tree of life?
Oh, yeah, it's just showing the basic outline.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's a bit low, but maybe what's that one thing that people used to think was responsible for women having agency? Not hysteria. They called it like wandering womb or something. Maybe that's what this is. But again, it doesn't actually exist.
The womb is too low on the Kabbalah tree. Wandering womb syndrome.
Yeah, it's like, oh, why do our women want to do things and speak for themselves and be their own people? There must be something wrong with them. It couldn't be that they're people. Like, it's as advanced as the Greeks were. And again, I'm not saying that the Israelites or that the Canaanites were any better. I mean, I think you have some cultures that were slightly better, but again, at the end of the day, once you have this what is it, like the warlord culture coming in and sweeping away everything else, for the most part, a lot of the women's traditions end up going underground just out of necessity to survive. And so with that, I don't really think there's any one tradition that gets spared from, except for indigenous traditions that don't end up getting. That's actually difficult because I think this like the British Isles ended up being a battleground between like the original like the indigenous inhabitants and then the
Romans?
No, I'm talking about before this. Like when you have the Indo-European migration, and they ended up taking over Europe, but for whatever reason, they don't end up taking over all of the British Isles.
Right. So you mean like the Druids survive for a little bit after? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and it's interesting because people want to connect the Druids to the Indo-Europeans, but they predate them.
Yes, they seem really separate.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's interesting. It's like talking about this, it gives me so much energy, a lot more. It's because, and see, this is the thing. It's like there's something, I don't know how to explain it. It's like talking about this stuff, studying this stuff. It gives me a zest for life that I don't know how to explain. It's like, it's the thing that I mean, on one hand, it's like maybe at least when it comes to Judaism, a big part is that a lot of the rules, at least for Orthodoxy, are just too strict for me. So it's never something I ever really could consider. But the thing is, I thought that meant that, that means I must not have any interest in Jewish religion. The thing is, I'm interested in it from a scholarly point of view, but it's mainly to inform my Reconstructionist view of trying to basically bring back a tradition that predates the monotheization and the essentially the what's the word, like the Zoroastrianization of the Israelite tradition, or essentially the Canaanite tradition, into becoming something that could even resemble Judaism.
Right. I mean, that's really interesting because I'm delving into some psychology now, and the fact that you're so impassioned about it means that you're in the right place. Like you're where you should. When you're doing something that takes away that sort of incessant need to justify your own existence in a way, you're in the right spot, and that comes from a homeostasis that the greater whole is trying to achieve by, in a sense, you could say choosing you to represent it. In a you're in one way you could think about it is that you're chosen, not necessarily in all the implication of that term, but in terms of like, the human biosphere is trying to reach a homeostasis, and maybe by correcting the overcorrection of the recent trends in religion, people like you pop up and like set the record straight. So in that sense, you play a big role in balancing things out, right?
I mean, there is
that's a
also
good thing.
There also is this idea in Judaism that basically people aren't like people don't, there's this idea, I mean, you have this with a lot of monotheistic traditions, but it gets understood differently. So it's like, rather than say you're predestined to be, like say you're predestined to end up a certain way or whatever, there's ultimately like a reason for that. And like it's like obviously if it comes down to something like, choosing to commit an evil act or not, then that's ultimately up to you, which I guess you could also view that if there's this idea that there's no free will at all, then there is no free will at all. But it's more so like, what is it? The things that happen to you. And again, I personally think this idea is also kind of harmful, but the things that happen to you are like, you can't help the things that happen to you, but how you deal with it, that's what's up to you. And I mean, in a very real sense, that's true, but it's more so viewing it like, well, does it happen randomly or does it happen because God planned it? And I think it's like once you start looking into that, it starts rationalizing really abusive types of behavior, because you're basically implying it's okay because God is God. But
notice how you yourself automatically said that it's something that you weren't even looking for it, right? You were not looking for this, but as soon as you caught a glimpse of it, you're like, whoa, this is it. This is what I'm following. And in that sense, you didn't really choose it, right? Like, so things really do happen to us, and it's
so maybe the best way to explain what I was trying to say before is there's this idea that if you see a problem, it's on you to fix it. That if you see something, it's for a reason, and that it's like, and I mean, with this, it's kind of like I see something, and it's like, on one hand, I could just shut up and follow the course, but it's like at the end of the day, I mean, it would also be a lot more difficult if I did come from a religious family, if I had people expecting me to behave a certain way. But the alternative is basically just not to be religious at all. And it's like, it's one of those things where I definitely, like, it's one of those things that does cause some tension, like with people in the Jewish community, just because I think that people have a very set way of how things are. Like, for instance, certain things are definitely not idols, even though, within other contexts they could be seen as such. But idolatry is bad. And it's like, at the end of the day, for instance, nobody worships a mezuzah. Nobody worships a Torah. But they do in a way. Like, it's not like they don't believe that, there is this great spirit. Well, but see, that's the thing. They do think there is this great spirit behind this, this great power behind this Torah, behind this mezuzah. But it's all ultimately understood as God. But like the thing is that, why is that a contradiction with other ideas of God, that God can be embodied within this statue? Why is that so wrong? That as long as you're not saying
sorry, I cut you off.
As long as you're not saying this statue is God, this statue, it created me. That's the whole idea. You're not supposed to say this stone, you are my mother, and this tree, you are my father. I might be mixing it up, but the whole point is it's to use them as representation, as images, in the same way that we are not God, even though we're created in the image of God. So too can you have images of God, yet they are not God.
Yes, but that's too nuanced. If you look at it from a psychological point of view, the ego likes to think that it knows all there is to know. And in that sense, when you say something like, well, why are you using this thing in ritual? It has no power. It doesn't give you anything. That's because it only has like that little domain that it knows, that it thinks it knows everything. But the actual in practice, obviously ritual and art, like sort of phylacteries and artifacts have real power. But again, if you think of it as a form of like sort of an inflated ego, why are you worshiping a rock? It just doesn't get it, because it's cut off from the instinct that's underneath it. And one other thing I wanted to mention is, because you said, like, when you see the problem, when you happened upon the elements that you think that you found really inspiring and intriguing, there's a different you that recognize the problem, and that you is subconscious. It's you, don't get me wrong, but people, when they say you, they say like, you didn't think, well, let me think about this, this is clearly a sociological and theological problem that needs addressing. Like, it captured you on a deeper level first, then you know, the rest of you sort of came to catch up and to understand what was going on. And in that sense, what I'm trying to draw out here is that there are homeostatic forces. You don't have to like invoke anything supernatural, but there are homeostatic forces that are us, but are underneath our ego, that are incredibly powerful. And that's what I think people mean by that's what I think people are trying to explore with all of these, with basically mysticism, I think. And yeah, I really, I don't know, I think that's really the best explanation. It's not a reductionist explanation, because I do think that these things have actual power, but it's very much it's very much it's not like a me versus the world or me versus the outside. It's like part of it's you and the rest of you that you don't know about, in that sense.
So the thing you hate. It reminds me of this, but before I forget, what you're talking about with the eagle, it's almost like the eagle versus the snake, and I think it's almost like how people, they've gotten it confused. Like,
well, I was saying ego as in ego.
Oh,
sorry, I didn't make it clear.
But but you did bring out this thought. So, you know, where are an eagle's eyes? How does it see?
Yeah, like, very focal. Yeah.
No, but what I mean is, like, it's like they have a blind spot in the middle.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yes.
So think about this. Eagles are seen as valiant and good. Mm-hmm. But snakes are seen as evil and cunning and, you know, venomous. But, like, at the end of the day, now think about this. What is one of the, like, if you want to say someone's a snake, what's another way of saying it? That they have a forked tongue. And what does a forked tongue actually mean?
Like they say they say multiple things. They mean
no. What does it actually mean?
What does it actually mean?
Like literally, not figuratively.
Literally means like a forked tongue, if that's what you mean.
But what is that?
Like a what do you mean? Right.
Think about it. Starts in one place, bifurcates.
Oh, bifurcation, right.
So is it that you're saying, like, again, of course, you can't have someone saying, you know, one thing to one person, another thing to another person. But alternatively, is it also possible that they're saying one thing that's being interpreted in two ways, or this idea of like nuance in a sense, and this inability for people to see, I forget exactly what we were talking about to bring out, but this inability to see the nuance is very eagle-eyed, very hyper-focused, but unable to, you know, really see anything but the extremes. And on top of that, some snakes and eagles are just as vicious as each other. Like, at the end of the day, one's not better than the other. They're both predators, but an eagle preys on snakes in a way that snakes can't prey on eagles.
Yes, I think you got it. You nailed it, I think. Yeah. It's that like, yeah.
Also, one is Chthonian, one is Oronic. And now think about this. The Chthonian one, the snake, is the one that's associated with a mother, and the one that's Oronic, or heavenly, is the eagle, which is associated with Zeus and with Yahweh.
Yes. And notice what's a lot of, there's very few countries with a snake on the flag, but there's plenty of countries with the eagle on the flag, and they're usually, you know, it's usually meant to represent might and power and, you know, military force and all that. But I think you nailed it. It's like there's one type of looking at things where it's like, well, it's this way, obviously, and the other type is like, well, it's multifaceted, right? You know.
All right, now think about this. Right. What is an eagle's strength?
Eyesight and acuity and flight and so on. Yeah.
It's talons, it's strength.
Okay.
And what is the strength of... Okay, like, obviously, there's the obvious one, but what's the hidden strength of a snake, especially a venomous snake?
Well, I would assume the venom.
And there's another thing. The venom is another forked tongue. Think about it.
Because it's like a protective and offensive tools in that sense.
And think about how else venom is used by humans.
Right. The dosage makes the poison in that sense. You mean like an antidote and a medicine and like a a poisonous substance? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like for instance, what is it? There's like therapeutics that are manufactured out of snake venom.
Right.
So like there's definitely something here. It's this idea of like, and that's also one of the reasons why the serpent has to be demonized, and why they're like, there's so much interesting stuff. But yeah, let's move on. Oh, right, but no. So this is what I was going to say. So what you said reminded me of this.
Hate in you. Enemies we slew. The hatred grew and grew. But the thing you hate in others is the thing you hate in you. The other foot is putting on the shoe, and where it all went wrong, nobody knew. Now exile may return like deja vu, and we may have to learn it all anew. Not only as a victim, but a perpetrator too. To learn to be a Jew, learn to be a Jew, learn to be a Jew among the Jews. A Jew, the problem isn't new. A homeless Jew is hiding inside you. Well, the hour is getting late, and soon we'll have to pay our dues. You can read it in the papers, you can see it on the news. We're faced with situations where we all will have to choose, and no one will recover what we're all about to lose. The world is turning colder, the walls are high and true, all the cities are burning into something dark and new, and all the skies are turning to a bloody crimson hue. The fire and the waste have beat the heavens black and blue, and you're living in a land and time that wasn't made for you. You're refugees from wars between religious points of view and all the broken borders of the names they put on you.
Oh, it's coming up.
But history's a river full of things that you can use. So when they ask you for your papers and you don't know what to do, remember in this moment what you're carrying with you. Because the day will come when all your papers are refused, and then you'll find yourself in exile too. So I have a little prophecy for you, an apocalyptic mystery, a clue.
Yeah.
As the world becomes like Babylon, we all become like Jews. When Zion will be dead and gone, the promise will come true. Babylon is everywhere, and Zion is in you. So learn to take it with you. Learn to be a Jew.
Okay, no, this is what I was talking about.
But a Jew can be American or Syrian or Druze. So if you have a better name that you would like to use, well, I'd love to hear the testament of you. The imaginary diasporic messianic you. The broken and neurotic post-apocalyptic you. This isn't just the dream of us. This is the dream of you. And there's only one Messiah.
And she's buried inside you.
So let her out and show the world what we all need to do, and forgive this self-indulgence that I spew.
I mean, like, that is just so clear. And like, He does not write religious.
Don't show this to Ammon. Okay.
Why? Which part?
Well, why is he calling the Messiah she? That.
Oh no, but see that's
because he's not gonna like the fact that it makes a lot of sense. He's just not gonna gel with his point, with his sort of demonizing Semites so much for something that makes so much sense. You know.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily demonizing so much as he's saying that like it's unoriginal and stolen. Whereas like I definitely would criticize that idea, because when you're dealing with culture, like obviously you do have examples of culture stealing, but like in a lot of cases you're dealing with appropriation and with influence, and like it's not as simple as to say like who got it first, because like at the end of the day, is it just whoever has the oldest claim to it without anyone older being able to say, hey, you got it from us?
Yeah, which tells you that it's about targeting the current sort of religious construct rather than actually seeking a kind of like a real origin of these things.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like I have no issue saying I reject the idea of like the Messiah as people understand it, but I don't reject the idea of the Messiah because I think that it goes back to this very ancient place, and it basically just goes back to the idea of essentially embodying the goddess. And I don't think it's something that's specific to one person. And a lot of like more mystical interpretations have this idea of Messiah being something that, like, obviously you have one person that signals it, but it's not because that person is responsible. It's that it's kind of like say you have a thermometer, the mercury or the indicator going up is not causing it to get hot. It getting hot is causing it to go up.
Yeah. So the Messiah is going to be it's not going to cause things to move in a certain direction, but he will become obvious once will become obvious once things have already started to go in that direction.
Yeah, it's almost like she won't cause it, she is the cause. Or like the Messiah won't cause it, the Messiah, or like okay, maybe that's not a good, like at least in my interpretation, the Messiah is basically just this idea of the Shekhinah, and it just so happens that when the Shekhinah is embodied in a particularly potent way, people start worshiping or following that person as a Messiah, rather than this idea of the Messiah being her as a spirit, and not like, given, I don't think Judaism would understand it as a God with it. It's just this idea of God dwelling within a person, but in a more ancient context, it's the goddess dwelling within a person.
Also, when you keep representing the thing that's your salvation, in a sense, externally, you put it externally in time as well. I mean, there'll never going to be, you're always moving your time frame with you, right? So it's always going to be in the future.
Don't you know the old adage? Don't you know the old adage? You can't fail if you don't try.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those, right?
But you also can't succeed if you don't try.
Right. Definitely.
I just wrote this goddamn thing where every sentence rhymes with Jew.
But like the point is, this guy, he's not religious. He's like, he's communist. He's like I mean, obviously there are. I mean, I'm sure. Actually, that's interesting. Yeah, there are religious communists, but it's mainly like communal religion. But the point is, like, this is how suffused Jewish culture is in, or see, that's the thing, because this is so much bigger than like traditional or Orthodox Judaism, because all that stuff is preceded by these traditions that have been suffused into secular culture. I mean, like, I'm not even joking. Like, Like for instance, was it here? This one song by, does it have it here? No, it's let's see. I mean, I'm not going to play it because it's let's see, where is it? I mean, like, so this song. Let me see if I can find someone. Let's see. I'm gonna put it really low. Hopefully, they're not actually playing the music. Oh no, it probably is. Whenever really low. Oh wait, I'm not going to share this one. Wait. Oh no. Okay, they're actually singing it. So. So here, I found the lyrics. So look at this. She will look at me in a good, wise look, as a look at a son who came home from the road. She will hug me to her with a warm breath. Ima Adama, Mother Earth. She will say, you are tired from the journey. Don't be afraid. I will bandage your wounds. She will take me to her when I call her name. Ima Adama, Mother Earth. She will look at me in a good, wise look, so quiet and always forgiving. She will hug me to her with a warm breath, Mother Earth. I mean, tell me, is this a secular song or is it religious? You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
within
it's certainly not spirit. It's not religious in like the default, you know, the average sense of religious, but obviously very archetypical, right? Mother Earth.
But that's not.
No, but I'm not saying it's stereotypical. Keep in mind.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
that's not even what I'm talking about. Like, for instance, let's see. One second. Here, let me try to find this. Let's see. Oh wait, shoot. One second. Wikipedia. Okay. So here, Rx. So Rx and Adama are cognates, but let's see. So, I mean, first of all, pagans in Hebrew are called Amha-Aretz. That's one of the words. But, dang it. It doesn't have it. Oh, wait. Here. Check this out. So, let's see. Aramaic, Eretz. Let's see. Where is it? 1 second. Let's see. Here. Proto-Semitic. Here, Eretz. Adama. Yeah, here you see Adama and Eretz are connected. Adama, earth, soil, land. There's a. Let me see if I can find it. Eretz, goddess. Wait, what? Oh no, that's a rite, not. Shoot. I thought this would be easier to find.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay, I know. Shamayim God. Let's see. It's really tricky because there's not a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of this stuff that survives. Here, found it. Shemaim, literally sky in Hebrew, or the heavens, was an important concept of the religions and cosmology of the ancient Levant. Canaanite views of Shemaim. Shemaim, the heavens, was the husband of Eretz, the earth, or Adamah, and was the father of El. So this is interesting. So I think that probably originally, because the narrative that you have in the Bible is Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz. In the beginning, Elohim created hashamayim, and it's not created. So notice how it becomes hashamayim ve'et haaretz, not shamayim ve'aretz. So it's depersonifying them. It would be like saying like hayareach instead of yareach, because hayareach is the moon, yareach is a god. It's like it's interesting how you end up with stuff like that. I mean, similar to saying like Saturn versus the Saturn. I don't know if that's a perfect. Wait, one moment. So, sorry, I'm also just trying to make sure I eat everything I need to before 12 because I can't eat past then. But okay, here. So, was a Canaanite divinity equivalent to the Mesopotamian Anu, pre-existing the creation of El. So El is connected with Enlil, and Anu, or El with Enlil, and Shemaim with Anu. And what's interesting, I mean, it's a bit of a stretch, but like Shamayim, like Amma could turn into Anna, or rather Anu could become Anna, Amma, Shama. I don't think that's the case. I really do not think that's the case, and I have no reason to think it is.
Well, isn't it gendered in Hebrew, feminine? The Shemayim.
I don't.
Or is that just plural?
No, so Shamayim literally means the like. So it's interesting. So technically, the plural form would probably be like Shamim. Shamayim means two skies. So like it's a dual. But notice this. I think that like it's either they're trying to take this idea of, but again, the only way we can understand the Hebrew Bible as referring to like, oh, the one who created the world was El or it was Yahweh is only if we're reading in the biblical narrative. If we don't take that for granted, then it's possible that Elohim is just this blanket term saying like a god, but it's not saying a god, it's saying the God, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like I forget does Allah mean God? No, because Al Ilah. So Ilah means God. Like Ilah is just a God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it would be like what's the plural of Ilah?
Aliha.
So basically, Elohim is like Eliha, right?
Yes.
So based on that, it's like saying, it's like contextually, it's like one of the, but it's actually implying the, because there is, especially later, there's only one. That's understanding. So it could only potentially be referring to one. Otherwise, if you're referring to the ones that aren't real, you'd be referring to them as like Shadim or as jinn or as demons, so on and so forth.
Well, wouldn't you say that this goes on with the whole stuff that I've been posting about the first contact and stuff? Marbolino's idea is that if you strip away the religious sort of transcendental spiritual God from the narrative, it implies directly that, Jehovah is one of the Elohim, and depending on what tribe you were and what place of the world you were, you had different ones and different the different branches of the children of Abraham believed in different ones. So it's interesting that you mentioned that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, this is interesting. So check this out. Pre-existing creation by El, the father of the pre-existing creation by El. Oh, okay, this is huge because it doesn't say Bereshit, it says Bereshit. So, and I've known this already, but it's not saying the creation of the world. It's saying the creation by El. So it's this idea of like different epochs being ordered by different gods, and you have that with Saturn and with Zeus.
Also,
and,
does it in that sense it doesn't say what he created, does it?
Yeah. Let's see. What's this say?
Like because if you say the creation, it's very easy to think like, oh, it means the biggest creation or the universal creation, whereas creation, if it's definitive, it's not it's less amenable to the sort of transcendental God concept. But I don't know enough Hebrew to say.
Yeah. So this might answer some of that. So called the epigeus or autochthon by Sanchuniathon. Let's see, where's meaning the self-creating. Okay, this is interesting. Wait, self-creating. This is so Shemaim is called. Okay, this is huge because autochthon in that context, that might actually be implying that the understanding of this, that I really think that could show an argument that basically all the Canaanite gods they get rolled into one, and that's the one God of the Israelites. You see what I'm saying?
That's what, dude. You need to check out Mauro
Holy
Gomino's
crap!
stuff.
So
it's good.
So, do you remember Neil's theory that I kind of scoffed at it before, but I actually I definitely am starting to see it, especially from a Christian. I think I was viewing this from a Jewish perspective, which is why, because in a Jewish context, Satan isn't seen as like, oh yeah, he's the he's the guy that's cool with the pagans. It's literally just that he's a servant of God. But in Christianity, I definitely see how you have this idea of Satan becoming, embodiment of paganism. But I wonder by that, it's almost like the bad side of paganism, but even then, like the way that God is represented, it's still not good. You could still argue it's bad. So I think it's not quite so simple. But the point I'm trying to bring up is that you have this that's what it is. So the monotheistic tradition, in which it creates this parallel of and again, it's rusty when you're saying this about Judaism. I think you can definitely say this about Christianity, especially when looking at it starting off as a Semitic movement, is to view it as basically all the paganism from other cultures gets wound up into, and again, it's not perfect because you even have some, especially later on, it's basically all paganism, but originally it might. Actually, originally, I don't even think you necessarily have these divides. It's something that gets introduced later. But the point that I'm trying to bring up is you have the demons and Satan, which is just an embodiment of all paganism that's seen as bad. And then all the paganism or polytheism seen as okay or culturally relevant gets turned into capital G God.
Yeah, I see what you mean. And I think I agree, yeah.
So, you have this idea of self-creating. There's this idea that nothing created God within a monotheistic context. But God is also Yahweh. And God is also the one who created the world in the context of this creation by El. So the God of the Bible is both El, Shemaim, or not both, but it's El, Shemaim, Yahweh, so on and so forth. Asherah, Reshef, Dever. At the end of the day, I think that especially there is this understanding that all these different miracles or magical things that happen in the world, it's all a result of God. So in some way, how do you not read this as basically being the idea of Brahman, within a Jewish context, basically, that you have this, something that's so omnipotent, omniscient, because not because it can do anything, but because it is everything, if that makes any sense.
I think I mean, I think there's a resistance to that idea because I don't know, the way the character of Yahweh acts definitely is more resonant with a personal entity that has likes, dislike agendas and biases much more than a sort of a universal mind that you would think would not really have such a care about what happens to this or that tribe. Also, I think it
No,
lends
like
itself to a
I
kind
get
of religion that maybe that's not what those people needed at the time. I don't know.
I,
That's my guess.
I get what you're saying, but I'm actually talking about this idea that God is not El, and God is not like Yahweh, and God is not Shemayim, because God is all of those things. Like those things are in. I mean, given that's not the Jewish way of looking at it, because those things are creations by God, like Shemayim, the heavens created by God. El, which I mean, El doesn't really have a. I mean, let's just say this idea of like the father, the first man, the first person to like produce, humanoid offspring or whatever. Like that's not a god that Adam's created. Let's say like Yahweh. This like volcanoes. Volcanoes are creations. Like all these things are creations. They're not understood as beings within their own right. But you also have this idea that like there is divinity within everything, and so in essence, couldn't you just say that part of this idea of omnipotence and omniscience, it's not that there is one thing that is capable of knowing all, but all things are ultimately like one in a certain perspective, and by that definition, like you don't have the need for like this one entity to control everything, because everything is one, if that makes any sense.
Yes, I think you could say that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and isn't that the whole idea of Kabbalah in a sense, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it's part of the reason why I'm so attracted to it, as opposed to like, more traditional, or
But
not traditional, but like, yeah.
yeah, but like, notice how when you put everything, the idea of like if you look on the world with categories, that's plurality. But if you sort of look at a meta category, they all become one. So it's a very conceptual collapse. So only a certain kind of mind that it's inclined to think in that way will appreciate what you just said actually and not be like completely confused by it. I think if you go like the mystical route, it's a bit harder to like settle on what that means. But
So,
if you understand it conceptually, it's actually a lot easier, which
so
is
check
usually not the case. But yeah.
So check this out. In Greek myth, he equated with Uranus, husband of Gaia, so the Shemaim. In later Phoenician and to a certain extent Hebrew mythology, he was believed to have originally existed as an androgynous being. And the first part of the creation was the separation of him from the earth, just like Adam from Eve. Think about that. As the upper firmament in which the space, so these are the waters above from the waters below, in a sense, in which the space between the two was that which was filled, i.e., the later Gnostic pleroma by Elohim. As the pre-existing androgynous being, he was considered to have been the God Most High, El Elyon. This is what I've been saying. This is the God that creates the heavens and the earth, because the Hebrew, it's not just created, it's also separated. The act of creation is a separation. And so this act of creation destroys the Elohim that creates the world and creates Shemaim and Aretz. Like, and wow, this is just amazing, because like the mythology, it lines up almost perfectly. It's just different interpretations of what these things mean.
Right.
So, as a pre-existing androgynous being, he was considered to have been the God Most High, El Elyon. In Hittite belief, El Elyon was known as Alalu. This interesting, and that has a connection possibly to this idea of like,
dude, I'm telling you that all these connections. I'm telling you, Mauro Bellino, he links this directly etymologically with the word Allah. Like he says these come from the same place. It's not a coincidence.
I mean, obviously, El and Allah share etymology, but it's just this like alalu, and then you have en lil, like the fact that you have this like focus, like it almost seems like I mean, in a way, you could read this idea of God, like this idea of the monad descending into human form by slowly, not like devolving, but like, by potentiating in a way, by losing its potential, but by becoming. But this divinity is believed to have taken as spouse Berut or Bereshit, interesting, the beginning, and through entering time in this way, his nature split. In some ways, he is considered to have housed the hosts of heavens, the divine family of El, known as the Elohim. Interesting. Wait, so his nature split. So it's almost saying the heavens split. The divine family of El, known as the Elohim. In other texts, he was seen as descending from time to time. From time to the divine mountain, which supported the firmament, which is how the gods came to descend to mortal realms. In this way, the creation by the Elohim was seen as filling the heavens. Thus, in this way, Shemaim composed the God beyond God.
Now try to read that again without the religious overtones.
Let's see.
I mean, heavens just could mean those that are like above us. They might just literally refer to like a collection of individuals that bifurcated and split. It doesn't. Again, the argument is that some people make is that all these like really abstract ideas and like mystical ideas about heavens were not actually part of the conception of the people at the time. So when they say heavens, they might literally mean, the host of heaven. They like a collection of individuals rather than the sort of nebulous idea of whatever host of heaven is supposed to mean, other than a collection of people that might be completely in their mind of the people at the time, completely tangible.
Interesting. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Not much is known of his character or personality, as he was superseded and displaced from his authority by his son El. So Saturn, displaces Uranus, whose personality fused with Elyon. See, they got fused. And in the Phoenician area, Baal-Hadad syncretized with Shemaim to become known as Baal Shemaim or Baal Shamin, Lord of Heaven. Moscato Sabatino Moscati, 1968, The World of the Phoenicians. And in this form is widely known in the Phoenician world. Nevertheless, the opening verses of Genesis 1:1 suggest that he pre-existed the Elohim, and that the creation by the Elohim consisted in filling or fattening him and his wife. Shemaim in the Bible. So it just talks about mentions in the Bible, but later views of the Shemaim. Some of this primordial character colored later Gnostic beliefs. Marcion, for example, asserted that the all good creator was incapable of allowing suffering into the world, and so there must be two different gods. Elaine Pagels, the Gnostic Gospels. For example, on the origin of the world text found in Nag Hammadi state that when the creator said, "I am God and there is no other God than me," he was answering, "You are mistaken, Samael, God of the blind," as he had sinned against the immortal ones, the Elohim. The jealousy of this god of Eden was then seen as the coming of the first sin of the jealous master, permitting the fall, against whose tyranny the serpent, based upon an Aramaic pan chaywa or chayin, serpent, and Chawa, instruct, and Eve Chawa, or Chawa, rebelled.
Yes, and people say the Hawa, and also people link it to Yahweh as a root.
Like Yahweh.
Because Yahweh and Hawa can mean like whim, preference, passion, love.
Can't it also?
Yeah, it means all of these things. So Yahweh, like verbally, it's very reminiscent of that. If you hear it, especially if you're an Arabic speaker.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I really want to take Arabic at some point, because I mean, there's just so much connections there. I have to use the restroom, but here I'll continue with this in the meantime. I'm just like, oof. So anyway, what are your thoughts on the palate cleanser?
I mean, it's interesting. I've been through that stage, and I'd like to think that I've gotten to the point where that level of exploration is less necessary for me, because I think all mysticism is pointing towards something that once you understand what that thing is, the intermediate material becomes less important to you. And I think without hoping to not be like in hubris, but I think I'm already past that. But I do like, I see what he means. I think I understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. Anyway,
Yeah.
here, I'll be right back.
Age of giving birth to the prima materia, or what we call Malkuth. Malkuth means kingdom, but this is the prima materia. This is the Shekinah. See what I'm saying? Mother Earth, physical creation. See what I'm saying? It is the philosopher's stone that was created by something higher up on the. See what I'm saying? Because when you study this tree, there's creation happens in triads. This triad, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then another one is born. See what I'm saying? So it's this always this concept of the number 3. See what I'm saying? And with the number 3 right here, it deals with with Saturn. This is the planet Saturn right here, and Saturn deals with time. Saturn deals with, see what I'm saying? Like space, time, matter. See what I'm saying? Coming into creation. See what I'm saying? Because when you study Saturn, you will get into the concept of the 6-pointed star, like like a symbol like this, the 6-pointed star. See what I'm saying? And it's basically talking about you see it right here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See what I'm saying? Up, merging the above with the below. As above, so below. This is the prima materia. The Shekinah is the prima materia. The goddess is the prima materia. So when you look at also the middle pillar here, the middle pillar, it has Earth, Moon, Sun, and Catcher, the crown. This is what planet? This is Uranus. So all these planets on the middle pillar, you see what I'm saying? You being balanced, it equals over here, if you can see it, the 26, if you add these numbers up, and 26 deals with the tetragrammaton. And when you decode the tetragrammaton, it's basically you got these hieroglyphs right here, if you of the tetragrammaton: Yod, Hey, Wav, Hey, right? So it's kind of like male, female, male, female. See what I'm saying? It's that concept of male and female coming together. See what I'm saying? Because this is the left hand path, the right hand path, the feminine path, the masculine path. Remember, over here, this is Saturn, Mother Saturn. Over here, she gives birth to the physical realm. See what I'm saying? Because it happened, the creation happens like this. Then everything is born after that. See what I'm saying? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 chakras, 7 archangels. See what I'm saying? But it comes from the 3. See what I'm saying? The 1 and the 2, the masculine and the feminine, come together and create. See what I'm saying? But yeah, that's pretty much it. On that, I'm trying to see if I missed anything. But yeah, that's it, man. But yeah, I got this right here. I'm gonna show you guys. When it comes to the Shekinah, because this is very important as well too. And hopefully my microphone has been off this whole time. You know what I'm saying? All right. Up here I have the letter Mem. Well, not the letter Mem, but the letter Mem with the letter Aleph, and that spells mom or am. You read Hebrew from left to right, so aim or amma. So it'd be Mem, Aleph Mem, and the letter Mem, mom, it's water. Remember, we got to remember. Excuse me, got my face on the microphone, but you got to remember that Mem is a hieroglyph of water. And you got to also remember that each one of these letters, these Hebrew letters, are hieroglyphs. And the letter Mem, which is this one, is the letter Mem. That's the water. That's the water element. The water element deals with the feminine. And right here at the bottom, I have the world card in the tarot. Now I don't have my tarot cards right now. I let one of my friends borrow them just to study. I let one of my friends borrow them. But she's here. She is here, like on this is because the world card is the Shekinah. If you look at the world card, and I'll put a picture up, and she's down here because each one of these lines on the Kabbalah tree of life, the lines that connect to the circles or the spheres or the books or the different planets, the Sephirot. Each one of the lines deals with a Hebrew letter, and there's 22 lines. And this last line that goes down right here, that last line deals with the letter Tav, and the last letter in the Hebrew language is Tav. Tav deals with, in the Hebrew language, in the Hebrew letters, in Kabbalistic tarot, it deals with the world card, and the world card has the woman on it, as you see, the goddess. It has the woman with the four corners or the four archangels, the four elements. So I'm saying the lion, the bear, the man, and all that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. In the lecture, just a small, simple, lecture or whatever. Yeah, I'm still recording or whatever, But let's see. Just trying to make sure I get it because I don't want to repeat myself. Keep saying whatever. But yeah, hopefully you guys got something out of that. That's a little something that I got, a little something that a little bit of information that I got on the concept of the goddess in ancient mythology, in that spiritual system of because you can trace this stuff back to the goddess Asherah in the Canaanite mythology, and the Yahuwah, the wife of Yahuwah, the wife of Yod He Wav He, because all this stuff goes back to ancient Canaanite mythology, and later on it was transcribed to the Bible. And I'll talk about that in another video. But yeah, hopefully you guys got something out of this video. That is the concept of the goddess right there, being basically the life basically of creation. But yeah, part two of this video is coming up, and see you in space. And check out thealchemistLab.com.
I actually really like that. I mean, he was, some stuff that was maybe a bit off, but I thought he was insightful.
I found it a little funny how often he used the word subsam just quickly as a filler word. It made me laugh, but yeah, I like it. I think he was referring to Tzimtzum.
Oh.
But he's like, subsam. He just throws it in the middle of a sentence.
Oh, this is funny. Look,
when you're on the road.
Yeah. Someone's name, Shekinah Mountain Water. But what was I? Oh yeah, here. Let me find.
There is a mention in the Quran of the word Sakina or Sakina.
Yeah. Wait. Were you here the other? No, I was talking with Wahid about this. This is like really, like, I'm telling you, like this. Hearing that, it's like so even though the Holy Spirit isn't understood as being the feminine presence of God, you have this cognate with Shekinah, which is understood as basically being, peace or tranquility. And there's definite connections, this idea of that it comes upon someone, that it's so clear, and that there's even more efforts than in Judaism to expunge any remnant of the goddess religion from this concept.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's just so interesting. But let's see, where was it? Was it the Try and find where the video was. Oh, it must have been this then. Yeah, here.
Rights around it, and they were up all night. And,
up all night.
Animal slaughters.
Sounds like someone I know.
Whatnot.
Shoot, I need a mirror.
He took the religion through a number of reforms, but he didn't completely prohibit cannabis. He kept it, but it was more of a drink of the elites at this time, and he would add it to wine in preparation. They would be knocked out for days, and they would have visions. And many of these visions were recorded as their religious things. And this is where actually the myths about heaven and hell originated, was visionary figures like Ardu Viraf, who were initiated by Bong with this drink, mixed into wine, which was powerful cannabis extract. And Ardu Viraf claimed after he woke up from his 2-day knockout that he'd gone to see heaven and then had been down to the depths of hell, and that filtered into Judaism and Christianity. And so that's Zoroaster right there. Zoroaster initiating this first convert, King Vishtaspa, who he introduced to cannabis. And this is the King Vishtaspa.
You're muted.
I've got an idea. I mean, think about it.
Isn't it interesting though that pose, that one finger pointing to the heavens? Isn't there like a famous Michelangelo painting with him in the academy, or was it Aristotle with his index finger also pointing up?
Oh, it's like this?
Yeah, it's one of these. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Who he introduced to cannabis. And this is the Sinbad Bridge. This is
cannabis,
cannabis. This use, what happened then is as the Indo-Europeans spread into India via the advance of the Aryans, that's another name for Indo-Europeans, so did this drink travel with them, and it became known as Soma, which we all talked about earlier in your initiation into Wendy's wonderful class there. So we know that this same drink that they were drinking is what became Soma. So it's pretty clear that Soma was cannabis. And this is the majority view of Indian researchers in India. And people like Chandra Chakraborty have written that Soma was made of the flowering tops and resins of cannabis sativa, which is an aphrodisiac, a stimulant, and a nourishing food. And Joseph Chandra Ray and the Soma plant, the effects of Soma or drink are exactly the same as those of Bang. It's a food, it's exhilarating, exciting, intoxicating, and awakens eager thought and excites poetic imagination. It cures diseases and was believed to prolong life and give victory. And he cites all the Vedic references which describe the use of Soma. Makes it pretty clear that it was diseases and was believed to prolong life and give victory. And he cites all the Vedic references which describe the use of Soma. Makes it pretty clear that it was the same thing. And cannabis was also used in the Buddhist religion. And there's legends of the Buddha subsisting on 1 hemp seed a day that are, go back to about, I think the oldest text that says that's about 300 AD, but that's sometime after Buddha lived. But in Tantric Buddhism, it's like this is what the 1 hemp seed a day diet does. So he sat under the Bodhi tree and did that. And a large reason is thought that Soma became lost in India was due to Buddhist reforms, because Buddhism was a very ascetic religion, and this is why alcohol became forbidden and meat eating became forbidden in the Indian religion, was the influence of Buddhism. And so it was very much about sobriety. And but in later Buddhism, cannabis returned, and it was dedicated to Mahakala, the Lord of Time, in Tantric Buddhism. This is a Tibetan painting of Mahakala. Mahakala is the Tibetan Buddhist version of
my hash.
And
where's my hash?
Lord of Time, yeah. There's a number of texts written regarding cannabis and Mahakala. And cannabis really took although it became prohibited, it started to return, and it became returned in the famous story of the churning of the ocean of milk. And in the story of the churning of the ocean of milk, what happens is Indra, who was the god, who was the chief of the gods in the Vedic pantheon, he was traveling along one day, and a rishi that was a portion of Shiva offered flowers to his elephant, and the elephant knocked the flowers, and Indra was very rude. And because of this, Shiva called one day, and a rishi that was a portion of Shiva offered flowers to his elephant, and the elephant knocked the flowers. And a rishi that was a portion of Shiva offered flowers to his elephant, and the elephant knocked the flowers, and Indra was very rude. And because of this, Shiva called down a curse on him, and this caused a curse to take place in both the heaven and the earthly plane. And so they had to gather, and they went to Brahma, and they said, Brahma, what do we do? They go, oh, you got to go talk to Vishnu. So they go gather the gods. There's all the different gods there. You know, they get together, Krishna and Brahma, and they go see Vishnu. And they're like, oh, Vishnu, what are we going to do? It's like, and he goes, well, what you need to do is you need to grab potent herbs and throw them into the ocean of milk. And then you grab a mountain, and you use that as a churning stick to churn the potent herbs into the ocean of milk. And it was such a big job, they had to get the demons to join them in the quest. And here they are. They said to the demons, okay, we're going to churn the ocean of milk, and we're going to get the Amrita that will restore the health of the kingdom. And so they go and they get together, and they churn the ocean. Here they are again doing it, you know.
And who's the snake?
The snake, I forget the snake's name, but he had to grab the famous snake as well.
Just a snake god.
Snake god, yeah. And they had to use him to churn it because they weren't going to be able to churn it by themselves.
So the snake,
and but they don't want to give it to the demons because then the demons will have the magic of the Amrita as well. So they passed it off to a Garuda, which is a flying bird man. And he takes it off and he spills some drops. And where the drops fell on ground, this is where they and he Amrita as well. So they passed it off to a Garuda, which is a flying bird man. And he takes it off and he spills some drops to a Garuda.
It's like a holy hand grenade of Antioch, but with cannabis.
Which is a flying bird man. And he takes it off and he spills some drops. And where the drops fell on ground, this is where they hold the Kumbh Mela. The Kumbh Mela in India takes place at about 4 different sites in India every few years. At one of the sites it takes place. About 4 different sites in India every few years. At one of the sites it takes place. And it's where the drops from the Amrita, which was the Soma, fell onto the earth. And cannabis sprouted from these same drops. And every year they have the largest human gathering on earth, the Kumbh Mela. And you can see it from outer space. It's such a large gathering of humans. And it's the longest going on one as well.
Do you know when the next one is?
I'd have to look it up online. Probably, I think about 2 years.
Okay, in 2 years we're doing that.
Yeah.
I messaged Chris, I think, before I went to, well, it's like, what was this? So on the 19th, honestly, it might have been literally just yesterday before I went to sleep. But I messaged Chris, asked him, what he was doing, if he wanted to join or whatever, if he wasn't busy. But he has some stuff going on. So I totally understand that. But yeah, like seriously, he's done so much for cannabis scholarship, and he doesn't he's not like, oh, I'm this big guy
big name.
He's so approachable. Like if you message him on Facebook, he'll respond. I mean, given that you're not just some
asshole.
Yeah. It's like, oh, don't you know you're going to hell for smoking the devil's lettuce? Like, no, but he's really a good guy, and seriously, I really think that, if there is any truth to this idea of people being put on this world, for different purposes or whatever, his purpose, given not to reduce it, I think it's huge, but is to, restore cannabis to not just being, a party drug, but literally to its, its context as a religious sacrament. And at the end
yeah.
Like at the end of the day, I definitely see why there's people who'd be like, oh, you just want to use drugs, get high, and pretend it's religion. But no, it's like that's literally what religion is. And it just so happens that there's forms of religion that have evolved. Arguably, it's a result of centralization, but to move away from these substances. But that doesn't mean that it's somehow illegitimate all of a sudden just because now most people don't do that. But again, most people, what does that even mean? It's a normative statement that isn't true. Mm-hmm. It's only true if you really, say, oh, well, within this country and because of these jurisdictions and laws. But think about it, what percentage of the world doesn't live, governed by, I mean, like, obviously everyone lives in one country or another, but like, for instance, there's people that live like basically, like for instance, like in parts of China, India, Mongolia, probably Russia as well, parts of the Amazon, so on and so forth. You have people who, they technically have a government, but it's not controlling every aspect of their life in the way that you have governments in, Western or more quote unquote developed country. And again, it's also one of those things that you have this increasing push to get people into the cities in all these countries. I mean, it's not just in China or in Russia, but in America as well. And I think that it's something like there's so much development of, of both new cities as well as like tech sectors and stuff. And, we just feel like, oh, well, this is normal here. But then again, I don't think that it's necessarily right to say, oh, this is better, or this is worse, because there's drawbacks and benefits to everything. But at the end of the day, when it comes to drug policy, it's just something that I don't really think does affect most of the world in the same way that it affects people who live in like, societies or in parts of society that would be seen as more like more developed, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And it's like one of those things where I think in some ways, the further we go into the seeming future, we're actually just going not necessarily into the past, but we're just kind of going down like a dead end, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, McKenna says this as he was talking about the fall, and he was saying that it is indeed a fall, but what we do with what we've learned is to go back, not to forget what we've learned, but to go back with the knowledge that we gleaned from the experiment of civilization that we're running. But he was completely convinced that civilization as it is right now is just doomed to failure, and through that transition into whatever's going to come next is what we carry through to that next epoch is a lesson that we learned, but we will ultimately do a bit of returning, of renegotiating our relationship with nature and all of that. So yeah,
definitely, yeah. Let's see.
Sadhus come from all over, and cannabis is a big part of the sadhu scene. They partake of.
Somebody in the comments is asking about. There's a few comments if you want to read them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. So Sage was saying in regards to the forked tongue, like they're saying one thing and mean another. Shemaim, yes. Just thinking about that today. Baal Shamin, totally. I think the concept has evolved since Israelite days. Definitely. Becoming more immaterial. Lemony fresh. Maybe a zest of lime. Sage says, Yahweh wasn't pleased at first. He was an exact Sumerian god, just like the others, the prince of El, or rather the heir to the throne of Enlil or Saturn. And then Baron said, you folks seen Brave New World, the original by Aldous Huxley? Do you mean, wait, like the original being the book, or do you mean the original movie? Guessing probably you mean the original movie, but I don't think I have.
Well, Aldous Huxley, he's made the book, right? He's the book.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're saying original as in original, the book, or because seen, usually you see a movie and you read a book.
Right, yeah.
But
born from the body of Shiva. And here's Shiva, himself preparing cannabis. He's grinding the bong here. Here's the green bong. And he's grinding it up with his mortar and pestle.
When you don't have sunscreen, so you have to use your weed ash as sunscreen.
As people have done for thousands of years. And here he is again with his wife, Pravarte, and son Ganesh, grinding up the cannabis here. And they have the strainer there. And he's about to drink the cannabis. And the serpent's going to test it out for him. This is a statue I have at home. It's made of white marble, and it's got Shiva preparing a bong, grinding it, drinking it, and smoking a chillum, and all the preparations for it all right there. And here's a marble statue of a sadhu smoking a chillum, as they do in honor of Shiva still.
And what's the trident?
The trident, this has got a bunch of different meanings. I'd have to go back and look myself. But it's not just a religious tool. They'll actually use that in battle. These guys still are you don't want to mess with them. They're more like witch doctor, shaman than what we would think of as like a passive holy man. Many of the Shaivite sadhus are not to be messed with. And they can be full of wisdom, but they can also be some of them will go to the graveyards and eat human flesh. Certain sadhus of certain sects and stuff that worship Shiva. And they cover themselves in the ash of the funeral pyre. It's like all about facing death with life and just accepting the reality of the material world as well as the world after. Just overcoming your fear of it and stuff. Here's Shiva smoking some chillum up there. So smoking cannabis actually became later. Initially, it would have been drunk mostly in India. It's thought that smoking in general from pipes and cigarettes and bongs didn't take place until the discovery of tobacco smoking in the New World. And the majority of people either drank it or burnt it as an incense in the rest of the ancient Old World. And but it was soon
that's hard to
in India and
believe.
elsewhere, and that became the more common way to partake of it. This is an 18th century of sadhus smoking the chillum.
Isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it does seem very hard to believe, but I mean, how much is that just due to our own perspective? You see what I mean?
What do you mean? I just think because fire as a technology was available everywhere, we've burned stuff. But, you don't put it up against your mouth and breathe in, sure, but that seems like such a simple step that eventually, like conversion evolution-esque, somebody's gonna do it. And the idea that it took all the way up until the discovery of the New World for people to figure that out seems so unlikely to me.
Well, keep in mind, they were inhaling the smoke. They just weren't doing it in like a contained way, like a pipe.
Yes, yeah, no, I understand that, yes.
But I mean, I guess really, what would be to see a connection would be, do we have any knowledge of like drinking straws or some sort of what's the word? Straw bite. Shoot, I was just thinking of it. Snuff pipes, that they use in like the Amazon, for instance.
Yes.
If there's any indication of that being used in the old world, then it might be like, okay, well, all you need to do is pack some stuff in there and then put some fire to it and then you inhale. Like, yeah, that seems pretty easy, but that would already require the use of, I'll bet you probably, I mean, I have no clue. This is just a total guess, that the invention of smoking pipes might actually have something to do with the invention of blow darts. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
huh?
you need a reason to have hollowed out tubes. Like
put up against your mouth, sort of.
Yeah. And why use a straw? Like that's something that's very specific to our modern world. I mean, that'd actually be something interesting to look into. But like something like a blow dart, I mean, that it's a lot easier and silenter, and especially if you're learning. Think about it. If you're learning what snakes and what animals are poisonous and what aren't, you're also learning what plants are. So you're, in one case, you're shooting out the harm at something else. In the other case, you're inhaling something good into you. You see what I mean? It's literally off. It's kind of wild, like how esoteric stuff is when you break it down to that that level,
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Pillows and stuff. Cannabis has also been used in the cult of Kali and tantric rites. In the Festival of Colors, a yearly festival having to do with the harvest, everybody, the whole families and the whole town gets drunk on bong, and they throw different colored paints and dyes on themselves. Long Going Festival, as well as the big Jagannath Festival. This is this huge festival where they would drag these huge chariots, and the priest and priestess partake of cannabis in order to help bring on the monsoons. And these are Nihang Sikhs. Cannabis is also used in the Sikh religion, particularly by the Nihang Sikhs. And they used to be the guardian of the ancient Sikh temples. And they're like real rebels as well, kind of like the Sadhus. It was really hard for the British Raj to bring these guys under control. They just ride around armed to the teeth on horseback, and they didn't take crap from nobody. And they prepare cannabis with these huge mortars and pestles. So this is one of the pestles. It's actually grinding cannabis there for making this a drink that they call sukadun, which is basically identical to bong, but is a pivotal part of their religious rites. Here's another guy preparing sukadun. And grinding cannabis there for making this a drink that they call sukadun, which is basically identical to bong, but is a pivotal part of their religious rites. A drink that they call sukadun, which is basically identical to bong, but is a pivotal part of their religious rites. Here's another guy preparing sukadun. And now we're into Assyria and Babylon, and this is a ancient inscription of the Assyrian king Ezra, and he's got the royal version of the Scythian incense tent there, and he's about to go stick his head in and nail some incense there. Behind him is a symbol for the tree of life, and this is Ashurbanipal. And I bring up the Assyrian use here because in regards to spiritual use, from old inscriptions in the temple documents of the third dynasty of Ur from Umma. And an inscription inscribed wrote that we need a memoranda of 3 regular offerings of hemp. So it was a part of the regular inventory for the whole ritual thing, right? In the temples and stuff like that. Oh, you got to have our cannabis to hold our rituals. And in a letter written in 680 BC to the mother of the Assyrian king, Ezra, who I'm showing just before there, reference is made to Kanabu, which is identified as the Assyrian name for cannabis. Asking what is needed for the sacred rites. And the high priest responded, the main items for the rites are fine oil, water, honey, odorous plants, and cannabis. And so this was the common way of worshiping in Assyria, Babylon, Sumeria, throughout this whole region. And a large part of that is part of because of what was happening in the ancient temples. Without cannabis and probably other entheogens, the gods didn't speak. And these temples were all about set and setting, and there'd be people kind of dressed up in costumes, much like Native Americans wear, with a native headdress looking like cannabis and probably other entheogens. The gods didn't speak. And these temples were all about set and setting, and without cannabis and probably other entheogens, the gods didn't speak. And these temples were all about set and setting, and there'd be people kind of dressed up in costumes, much like Native Americans wear, with a native headdress looking like an eagle and wings, and there'd be
Imagine that. What if this idea of the death of God is literally just a result of the institutionalization of, the war on drugs all the way back in, like Catholics against pagans in Europe. And then
it depends on what you mean. Are you referring to the Nietzsche stuff or earlier?
No, I mean, like, for instance, this general idea of like the death of prophecy, the death of the gods, like anything beyond, like, this is what God tells us to do, therefore we have to do it, and we'll know when we die.
Yeah, like it's not a living sort of tradition anymore, prophecy. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I was gonna just mention, like, look how widespread this stuff is. It's in India, it's in the Middle East, it's in Europe, it's in Turkey, it's in Africa, and like the version of history that we've been sold is just so sanitized and whitewashed to be like this sort of like proper, it's just so sad, and it's not even like a small aspect of it that's missing. It's foundational. In the video of Terence McKenna that I linked, he was saying that like everyone who was anyone that contributed to what we call now Western civilization has been to Eleusis. Like that's, I mean, to say that's an understatement is an understatement. It's insane. It's hard to think of it anything other than by some sort of design. And I'd hate to invoke a conspiracy or something. Maybe it's not a conspiracy in the normal sense, but man, we just really have no idea how the world works, let alone we don't have no idea what even our history is, let alone how the world works. And it's really eye-opening.
Definitely. I mean, and at the end of the day, it's like one of those things where I don't even think it's that bizarre to say it was a conspiracy, because like, yeah, I mean, it's something that the church fathers and the rabbis admit that, they view the worship of, idols and of, these images, they view them as evil because they lead people away from God.
Right.
So it's like, at the end of the day, you have to argue, do they just think that? Like, why do they think that? And I mean, see, that's the thing, whether they view themselves as righteous or whether they view themselves as, oh, we're trying to gain power, it doesn't really matter, because either way, it's still a conspiracy.
Yes.
Like, I guess the whole thing is it a secret conspiracy? And no, it never was. They were always like, we're going to purge the world of, this evil. And I mean, given, you mainly see that with Islam and Christianity. Judaism, it's mainly, we're going to purge this out of our community, but it's different, but it's still the same in other ways.
Yeah.
In fact, I mean, there were people who were, kicked out, and they weren't even pagans or they weren't even heretics. They just happened to have a disagreement on something else, and it's like, oh, look at you.
Right.
Beating of drums, repetitive music, and smoke burning, and statues that would be illuminated by the firelight and stuff like that, moving, and the psychoactive substances like cannabis and opium and other plants, even more powerful ones like datura, would help to kind of create a kind of hypnotic vibe for the whole people participating in the ritual. And then the repetitive music, and music has always been a part of shamanism, would help to throw people into kind of a right brain trance, and kind of like a modern hip hop artist, when they start hearing the beat and then get throwing out the rhymes. That's how much of the religious text was derived in the ancient world. Most of it's written in poetry and has beat to it and rhymes and stuff like that. And that was the common means of a lot of ancient religions. And so it was all just spouted off in these inspirational moments, and these magical moments in these temples produced by music and psychoactive substances. And we know about these things largely due to the Polish anthropologist Sula Benet, who began writing about this in 1936. And she's also known as Sarah Benet Tao. She changed her name later. She wrote about this for about 40 years. It was a long-standing theory of hers. There was this Hebrew term, cannabis, that was mistranslated when the Hebrew texts were translated into the Greek as calamus. And calamus is a common marsh root found throughout the Mideast, aromatic marsh root. But she said what had happened is it had been mistranslated because a lot of the translators weren't botanists. They're just going through long volumes, translating them into Greek, as they were doing with all the texts of the ancient world at the time. And so I need to give kudos to Sula Benet for really opening up this line of research. And the Hebrews were also in contact with the Scythians, and this is where the name Canna and Cannaboxin comes from. Once again, it's that common AN in the words for cannabis, chandrahan. It's the adoption of an Indo-European root.
So this. How familiar are you with the geography of Israel?
A little bit. Not a lot, to be honest.
So, have you ever heard of Beit Shean?
No.
So, check this out. Let's see. How do I go to? All right, layers. Here. So look at this. This is Beit Shean.
Mm-hmm.
It's in between the Judean highlands, which is basically the modern day West Bank or occupied territories, whichever name you prefer. I mean, it's also kind of interesting because West Bank, like, I don't even know how long I spent in my life not realizing that it refers to the western side or the western bank of the Jordan River. That's literally it. So it's like in the same way that Jordan. I mean, it's interesting because what was it? The land that was given to the Jordanians was designated as Transjordan, which means like across the Jordan. I think it was. I don't remember exactly where. Anyway, so here you have Beit Shean, and here you have Afula. What is it? Here's the Sea of Galilee. Here's Nazareth. Here's Haifa, which is actually never mind. I was getting confused with Jaffa. But anyway, so but the point that I was going to bring up is that Beit Shean has a history, and And do you want to guess who occupied the Beit Shean Valley at one time?
Beit Shean. Not sure. Who? Scythiopolis. Oh, so the Scythians then.
Yeah. It's like really fascinating. And so it makes you wonder, like, I wonder if there's
What does it mean, the name? Sorry to interrupt you.
I don't actually know off the top of my head. Beit Shean, Sha'on, Sa'an might have something to do with like flocks. Does it have it here? Let's see.
Well, wouldn't it be in the top in the name?
Beit Shean meaning. House of tranquility.
Huh.
I wonder. You think there might be a connection between Sha'an and Shachan or Sakan?
I mean, yes, but the question is when was this connection made?
So let's see. It's not mentioned by name in the New Testament. Member of the Decapolis, 10 pagan cities. Okay, here. Beit Shean literally mean to be undisturbed. In practice, it means being comfy, relaxed, or at ease. Sha'an. Okay, so see a full dictionary article. But wait, I wonder. So, Sakina. Meaning, or no, etymology. Okay, peaceful, tranquil.
Oh wait, what's the top one? Wait, go back to the Google. What's the top thing? Oh right, that's true. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well, okay, let's see. So, Saki. Let's see. Does it have hermology, Arabic, Sakin? Okay. Here. What? Sakakin? What?
That means knives, I think.
No, I know because you have that in Hebrew as well. Like for instance, you know the sikarim, or the like the word in Hebrew is sikrikim. So sakra. Wait, it would be sakar. Sikri. Interesting. So rather than saki, but sakin is also a knife. So sakin, and then sakar is like a dagger. But
yeah.
So here, look at this. But religious in Arabic formation from the root sakan, but religious meanings are a semantic one from shekhinah. So here, this is saying sakan means living, residing. Yeah, so it means the same thing. So a maskan, like mishkan, sakina, shekhinah, sukna. I don't. Maybe like schuna. I'm not. Yeah, it'd be shchuna. Because shchuna is neighborhood, and then sakan means the rest, so it'd be shachan. This is really interesting. So, so I wonder. So this is interesting. It literally doesn't mean. Here was it. Inner peace, tranquility, calmness. But that's implied or inferred. It's not actually the meaning.
No, well, it depends on, like, no, I mean, that particular form, yeah, but Sakina is quite directly means tranquility.
But I guess what I'm saying is, like, I think that might actually be like a loan from Jewish mysticism, or that's adopted, or it's just something that's shared between the different monotheistic traditions. Because this root shachan, both in Arabic and in Hebrew, it just means to dwell or to abide. Like here, you see living, residing, inhabiting. There's no context here of peace. Now, as an adjective, sakina is the only one that, like, for instance, so it's connected with tranquility because you're tranquil when you're resting, and you rest when you are abiding or inhabiting. So it's completely implied, but that's the same case in Hebrew as well. It just happens to get understood as tranquility, because if you imply that it's something that's like basically that it's some spirit, it honestly, like the framing of it as tranquility, it seems like it might be in an attempt to take away agency from the sakina, if that makes any sense.
I mean, who does frame it as tranquility? I think because if you're supposed to give a meaning for that word across many, many, many contexts, then tranquility is like a decent average. But in a spiritual context, the connotations that are more spiritual will probably be more pronounced. I think it's just an issue of context, really.
I guess it also comes down to what does, like, I mean, like, in the context of sachan or shachan being to rest, you could argue it means like to rest is in, like, you rest, and that is what, like, in like you're dwelling with it, or kind of like you're resting in a bed, you're laying down in it, you're putting yourself in it or on it. But like within that, it's like the act of what, like restfulness, because that's basic, or like
Well,
basically.
I think it evokes a contrast between stasis and dynamism, where, like, yeah, you come home, but I mean, you sit down as opposed to move around. You abide as opposed to travel. You calm down as opposed to be agitated. It's that's what that's what I get from it.
I guess my point just being is that like this word, like sakina, it would be like, to translate it properly without like interpreting, would basically be sakanness, if that makes any sense. The ness, or like the essence of sakan.
Yes, I would say that's fair.
And
yes,
it's like,
yes.
And it could just be because, like, maybe there's tranquility is just one of the best ways to translate it, because it's like you're inherently trying to translate it into a different cultural context, one that doesn't.
Yeah. It's abstract. It's very abstract. It's very abstract. Yeah.
Let's see. See, where was the?
But it's interesting that town is called that, then, isn't it?
Yeah, and that this is where the Scythians were, and that maybe that's where they were buying the weed from them, because they were buying it from the Scythians.
I mean, is there any history of temples and stuff? Because are you aware of any place in that area that's named after, like, Ashura in that sense?
Let me see if I can.
The only thing that reminds me of that from that area is the names of the months. They have a month that's called, like, Ashura, which could refer to, like, the number 10 as the 10th month, but verbally it sounds like Ashura.
And then don't you also have, like, the Asherites, or the Asherites in Islam?
The thing is, it might be the 12ers, because 12 in Arabic is Ithna Ashar, so maybe the name in Arabic has Ashar in it, but it's not necessarily referring to 10. Maybe there is a sect that's called, I actually don't know.
Let's see, what was your question before?
I was, there is I remember in the Levant, they have a sort of an alternative set of names for months, and one of them I think resembles the word Ashura. I'm trying to find it, but it's kind of hard to find because there is a holiday on the 10th. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here.
There's a few things.
There is a twin temple complex at Beit Shean.
Do we know who was worshipped there?
Ashra.
Right. Interesting that it's interesting that it's only. Oh, there's a comment I think maybe you should read.
Oh, yeah. Does Asherim refer to all goddesses, for example, Ashura, Anat, sorry? I don't personally think so. I think it's just referring to Ashura, which represents like this, mother goddess, fertility. But I think if you're dealing I think it also is kind of similar to this idea that it's basically two different forces that are ultimately just one, but that it's like in different stages. So you have like, this whole idea of like, maiden, mother, crone. And so they're like different stages or different expressions of the same thing. But I mean, maybe because you have like Ish and Isha, which means man and woman, and then like Eshet or Asherat, like Ashrat or Asherat has the same letters as Eshet with a resh. So I mean, there might be something there, but yeah, I mean, Ishtar, I don't actually know enough about the Akkadian name for Ishtar, which is.
Wait, how do you say 10 in Hebrew?
Asar.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So it's not like Asher, or it's not Ashad, but it's close enough that you could be like, oh, Well, but it's also spelled with an ayin, though, not with an aleph.
Yes, it's true.
Also, another thing that's really interesting is that what is it? The word. So the word for tithe is me'asar. The word for 10 is asar, and the word for wealth is asir.
What's the word for captive?
Shvui.
Okay.
Or
In
like
the Arabic,
Shabbat.
it's yeah. Okay, must be different then.
What word is it?
Asir in Arabic means captive.
Oh, okay, so there is also that. So that means like compelled, like asir, or I think asur. No, it means forbidden, asur. But there might be another connection I'm missing. But let's see. Sage says, "Oh wow, Google just said Asha means what?" So no, it's Isha, but yeah, because the yud is silent. Or no, it's not silent, but it doesn't appear. Never looked it up yet. Interesting. So yeah, probably going to get off after we finish this video.
Yeah.
Into the Hebrew language because cannabis came as an item of trade. In fact, in Ezekiel reference to Cana, it says Canaanites and Greeks from Uzal brought your merchandise. They exchanged wrought iron, cassia, and canna for your wares. So it's coming in on a trade route. And it's coming with a name that it came with and is adopted into the Hebrew land. And the later prophet Jeremiah referred to Cana from a distant land. And this has been accepted by a number of other researchers, people like Professor Carl Rock and Dr. Ethan Russo and Rabbi Ari Kaplan, a very popular a rabbi who noted in his The Living Torah, which is a standard book for the study of the Torah, that among the many suggestions for this, the meaning of this word cannabis, and he wrote that on the basis of cognate pronunciation and a Septuagint reading, some identify cannabis with the English and Greek cannabis, the hemp plant. So we say based on the sound of the word, but we know that it's much more than that because nearby Assyria, where it had the similar name Kanabu, it was used in identical ways to the ways in which the Hebrew were showing. And as Paul Johnson noted in A History of the Jews, prophets practiced ecstasy states and may have used incense and narcotics to produce impressive effects. The Israelite prophets acted as mediums in a state of trance or frenzy. They related their divine visions in a sing-song chant, at times a scream. These states can be induced by music, but the prophets also used and sometimes abused incenses, narcotics, and alcohol. Now, so that's not a standard book about the Old Testament and the history of the Jews. So the view is pretty widespread. They were using the same techniques of shamanic ecstasy that we find in Assyria and Babylonia. And so Moses, who first meets the angel of the Lord and flames of fire from within a burning bush, he was commanded to make a holy anointing oil, which contained cannabis. And in Exodus 30:23, we read, take the following fine spices, 500 shekels of liquid myrrh, half as much fragrant cinnamon, 250 shekels of cannabis, 500 shekels of cassia, all according to the sanctuary shekel, and a hind of olive oil. Make these into a sacred anointing oil. So about 6 to 9 pounds of cannabis were mixed with myrrh and cinnamon and cassia into about 1.5 gallons of olive oil. And this was the sacred holy anointing oil. Anybody, only the priests, and then later times kings could use this oil. Anybody that touched it would be cut off from the people. So it was a very elitist thing. And it was used to anoint the altar of incense. This is like dabs, probably 2800, not 2900 BC. I mean, 800 BC. He's putting the holy anointing oil on the altar of incense. And this was used in a place called the tent of the meeting. And so this oil, with large parts of it, would be put on the body, but it would also be placed on the altar of incense. And but it was also placed on the body. It's important to remember that cannabis, as we're finding out, can go through the skin barrier. And Dr. Ethan Russo has suggested that the addition of things like cassia and cinnamon cause more flow of blood to the skin, and thereby opening up the pores and making this substance more ingested. But we know in Assyria that they use the same method because there's an ancient Assyrian tablet in the Louvre that reads, so that God of man and man should be in good rapport with hellebore, cannabis, and lupine, you will rub him. And so that God and man might have good conversation. We're going to rub him with his cannabis weapon, same sort of thing. And there he is in the tent of the meeting. And this is where they spoke to the Lord, in this small enclosed-like chamber, the tent of the meeting, which, much like the Scythian tent, was designed to hold in the smoke of the incense. And the angel of the Lord actually appeared to Moses, according to Exodus story, in the pillar of smoke over the incense altar. The pillar of smoke is actually referred to as the Shekinah, and that represents the physical presence of God in the temple. God's not speaking to Moses in the temple unless that smoke's coming up outside of the tent and pouring out, and that pillar of smoke's there. And that's so there he is again, talking to the angel of the Lord in the pillar of smoke. And the next reference occurs in the Song of Songs. And that verse is, your plants are an orchid of pomegranates, with choice fruits, henna and nard and saffron, canna and cinnamon, with every kind of incense tree. Now, the Song of Songs represents what was known in the ancient world as a sacred marriage, the Hieros Gamos in the Hebrew religion. And it's important to remember that even in the Old Testament itself, through a large portion of the Age of Kings and in the books of Chronicles, that the Jewish religion itself is polytheistic. A large part of the story is about them trying to make it monotheistic. They're calling it a reform, but archaeological evidence indicates that it was actually polytheistic throughout most of the whole period, and that this idea of monotheism was relatively new. And that sacred marriage would take place between deities like Dumuzi and Ishtar, but in the Hebrew region, the discovery of ancient tablets shows that Yahweh's wife, that's Jehovah, was this goddess Asherah, and there's been tablets discovered, pointing to this marriage between Yahweh and Asherah, and they sat at the pantheon of a variety of gods. And the worship of deities in that time was almost like different political factions. And
one of the
monotheism
for Asherah is Rabat Chavat, or the Lady of Life. And what's interesting is, if God is Yahweh, and she is, this is my whole theory, that Eve, the divine Eve, or essentially what I think is the Adam Kadmon, might have been Yahweh. So you have Yahweh and Yahweh. And similar to Asher and Asherah. Because the name for the goddess that we have, Asherah, is derived from Asher, most likely.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, there's some really interesting stuff there. Let's see, where is it?
And was kind of almost as much a political movement to kind of monopolize the people's attention to one sole God and one sole point of view. And that had a large part to do with the disappearance of it. So this is the goddess Asherah. And here she's feeding some plant-like substance to goats. And Asherah developed out of earlier goddesses that were worshipped throughout the ancient world. It's thought that a lot of the ancient goddesses, Ishtar, Asherah, Aphrodite, all developed from an even earlier common goddess that was worshipped as the great mother of the ancient world. And this is a goddess that goes way back in that cosmology, Ishra. And cannabis was particularly sacred to her cult. It's not clear what plant was being offered in this description because it's just a cuneiform depiction. But it may well be cannabis because cannabis, we know, was sacred to her cult. And she also deeply influenced the worship of Ishtar. And cannabis was used in the cult of Ishtar. It was called the sacred aromatic of Asherah because it went back to her earlier use.
Scorpion, yeah.
Next, we're at Isaiah, and there's a reference to cannabis in Isaiah, and that is, "You have not brought any canna for me, or lavished on me the fat of your sacrifices, but you have burdened me with your sins and wearied me with your offenses." So God's pissed off because he hasn't got any canna at the temple. And he's like, where's my cannabis? What's going on here? And a large part of that reason is because all the temples wanted cannabis, because without the cannabis and the other entheogens, the gods did not speak. You know what I mean? It was like shamanism. And that's the real thing that is so controversial about this information. When you put cannabis in that tent with Moses in that holy smoky chamber, is Moses talking to some sort of sky god that is telling him, to go into Canaan and slaughter all those people, and here's the new set of rules? Or is Moses like a shaman, like we find in South?
It's funny, the way he talks about it sounds like Amon talking about Jesus and the boy. He's like, Moses in the tent with the cannabis, Jesus in the garden with the boy. It's just like,
yeah,
different topic, same syntax.
South America and Africa today when just psychoactive plants. And that's the real thing that is so controversial about this information. When you put cannabis in that tent with Moses in that holy smoky chamber, is Moses talking to some sort of sky god that is telling him, to go into Canaan and slaughter all those people?
No, he's talking to a dark matter breathing quantum entity.
Yeah, it's all the quantum, bruh. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Want to smoke some quantum with me?
Quantum weed, damn. Maybe I should try regular weed first.
Yeah, that's called the tree of life.
Yeah, in South America and Africa today when just psychoactive plants, and interpret that for
break into Yahweh's garden and steal his tree, his weed plant. Oh, he's going to be pissed at you if you do that.
Yeah.
Better or for worse, as an actual communication with a deity, you know what I mean? And that's important to understand in understanding religion, because even in the Bible, if you take a look at the different prophets and different people mention it, God spoke to them all differently, because in a lot of ways, there's a certain carryover of the person's personality that God is speaking to. But, lucky for Isaiah, that was not always the case, because in this next verse in Isaiah, it seems to me that God got some of his own. And this is from Isaiah. "And the posts of the door moved at the voice of him that cried, and the house was filled with smoke. Then said I, Woe is me, for I am undone, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips, for mine eyes have seen the King, the Lord of hosts. Then flew one of the seraphims unto me, having a live coal in his hand, which he had taken with the tongs from off the altar. And he laid it upon my mouth, and said, Lo, this has touched thy lips, and thine sin is purged, and thine iniquity is taken away." And so here's the seraphim flying with tongs from off the altar. He's got a burning coal of incense. He's holding it up for the big super hit, kind of like Hot Knives 25, 26, 600 years ago. And the seraphim's much like the winged shaman.
That an angel rolled a blunt for you, essentially.
Sorry, what was that?
Imagine being able to brag that an angel rolled a blunt for you.
It may be a bit more comparable to Angel setting up a fat dab for you.
Yeah. It's just.
Well, think about it. Angel just means messenger. Messenger of what? Messenger of fat dabs.
Yeah.
Depicted in Assyrian images and stuff like that. Again, probably has to do with the ritual dress and here is Isaiah again getting a super hit from the seraphim. And here's an example of an Assyrian deity, and he's got some sort of pine cone-like thing there. He's been collecting from the sacred tree of life. And here's a picture of a Native American shaman, a dancer. And so the next one, this is where we start to see the disfavor coming into cannabis in the Old Testament. And what is happening at this time is Assyria and other nations are attacking the Israelites, and they're starting to lose control of their kingdom. And they, the monotheistic prophets of Yahweh are saying this is all due to them worshiping other deities. It's because, you're worshiping this other god, God's going to punish you. So he's going to send in all these polytheistic cultures that worship all sorts of other gods to conquer you, basically, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And so we have a reference to Cana in the story of Jeremiah, and that one is clearly in disfavor. What do I care about your incense from Sheba or your Cana from a distant land? Your burnt offerings are not acceptable. Your sacrifices do not please me. So there's a clear rejection of the earlier use of cannabis. And this has, for one thing, they're looking for, under monotheism, was about rules and regulations and how we live as a society and what we have to do to maintain that society. So there wasn't a lot of room for prophets coming out of smoky chambers with new revelations from God. And also it had to do with the influence of goddess worship. It was very popular amongst the ancient people. And we know this is the case in the story of Jeremiah because of the next verse, which is quite long, so bear with me. Thus this is Jeremiah has gone into Egypt where a lot of Israelites were living, and he's saying, okay, because of you, it's all fallen apart in Israel because you're continuing to worship other gods and you're not just worshiping Yahweh alone. And he gives them this lecture. Thus saith the Lord of hosts.
Holy shit. I mean, given I would be really cautious about anyone using this argument like in actual society, but one could argue that the original anti-Semites were actually the reformers who were trying to establish Yahweh only. They're basically saying, oh, look at you Jews. Don't you know that everything bad that's happening to you is because you're not worshiping God? I mean, seriously, does this not sound...
Yes.
This is the words of a Christian missionary.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually so bizarre when you think about it. Like, in some ways, the more authentic, more indigenous tradition is actually the one that's seen as heretical. Like,
yes.
And then the fact that the argument that people use to say, like, don't do this, it's like, it honestly, I think in some ways, this hatred of paganism, well, actually, see, that's the thing. It's not a hatred of paganism. It's a hatred of heresy. It's like seriously, Jewish law considers it better for someone to be born like a non-Jew and to be pagan than to be. I mean, I understand why, but like it's not just considered that. It's like a non-Jewish pagan is considered higher than a Jewish pagan.
Yes. Yeah. I sort of see the logic in that. It's a bit harsh, but yeah, I see that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I just reject the idea of pagan, even though like I find a lot of interest in it scholarly. I reject the idea as like that we need to choose between pagan or monotheistic, because at the end of the day, like it's very clear that in the Bible there's already this council of gods, and then it gets understood as, oh well, it's not gods, it's actually a council of angels, and it just has to be reinterpreted in order to present with the basically the basic reading of the text. Obviously, it's being written by people with a Yahwistic agenda, but if you read it without any presupposition, and with enough knowledge of the language in order to get the context, it's very clear that there's multiple gods being referenced and multiple gods being worshipped. And it's like for instance, if you don't believe that Yahweh is the God of the Bible, what's stopping you from saying, oh, look at this God, he's coming in and he's saying that he's the same God as before? It's like what happens if it's basically the divine equivalent of what's the word?
Identity theft?
That or squatting.
Yeah, yes.
Squatting, but in regards to a faith. It's like, oh, I'm just going to squat in y'all's faith. I'm going to take y'all's faith away from it's like, yeah, the person who your faith belongs to, they haven't been here in a while.
It's even worse in Islam because it's not changing something from like a polytheism into a monotheism. It's saying, yeah, I'm that guy who did this and that and this to the Jews, so you guys better listen. It's like, okay, it's you. Okay, well, this is what the history says about you, but the problem is Muslims will never listen to that because they think, oh well, Jews, they contort the scriptures and history to suit their needs, and I'm like, well, how do you know then? How do you check? What do you check against it? And it's nothing. You just have to take it on faith.
Yeah, it's really interesting how you can take this.
The God of Israel, ye have seen all the evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem, upon the cities of Judah, and behold, this day they are in desolation, because of their wickedness which they have committed to provoke me to anger, in that they wanted to burn incense.
Also, just FYI, because I realized that it's so close, like, might as well. I'm just going to go to 4:20 of the stream, so that's in like, 25 minutes or so. So I don't know if you're down to stay on for that long. I mean, it's, just a bit more.
I'm down for like a little bit more because
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear.
And to serve other gods. Therefore now, wherefore commit ye this great evil against your souls, in that ye provoke me to wrath with the works of your hands, burning incense unto other gods in the land of Egypt. Then all the men that knew their wives had burned incense unto other gods, and all the women that stood by, a great multitude, even all the people that dwelt in the land of Egypt, answered Jeremiah, saying, As for the word which thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee. But we will certainly do whatever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth, to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes in the city of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then we had plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil. And so they're saying under this polytheistic time, when both the goddess and the god were worshipped alongside, things were really good of Judah and in the unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes in the city of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then we had plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil. And so they're saying under this polytheistic time, when both the goddess and the god were worshipped alongside, things were really great. And that was the peak of their kingdom, the peak of their wealth. And now this monotheism's come along. That's when it all started falling apart. And when you think about the imbalance that monotheism has caused in our culture with women, it's nice that there's so many women in this course, because it's women that have really suffered tremendously. It's nice that there's so many women in this course, because it's women that have really suffered tremendously due to this idea of male monotheism. And the goddess worship, which goddesses like Asherah and Asherah developed out of, they come from a much more ancient line of worship. There was a whole period of history prior to this rise of monotheism and prior to rise of even polytheism that are known as the age of the Great Mother. And Sula Benet believed this is when the mass use of hashish for ceremonial purposes really began, was in the age of the Great Mother. And so that's the story of the canon references. But now we come to these new references, which I wrote about in the Soma book. And this has to do with Ezra and the cup of fire. And Ezra is the editor of the Old Testament. There's a variety of, the Old Testament's a hodgepodge of ancient Near Eastern documents put together in one book. And they're written at different times by different editors and different groups with different beliefs. And the guy that put it in together and edited them to have some sort of coherence together is this, or credited with it historically anyways, is this guy Ezra. And he was living in Persia under the Persians. The Israelites fell into the Assyrians, Babylonians, and then a variety of other cultures, and then the Persians beat up those guys, and the Persians sent them home back to the region, is what the story is. And Ezra was one of these guys sent back into the region to bring back Judaic monotheism, because apparently it had gone back into polytheism and they were worshiping all sorts of gods and goddesses again. And so here is Ezra's own account of the making of Jewish history. The next day, behold, a voice cried to me, saying, Ezra, open thy mouth and drink from this full cup, which as it were as water, but the color was like fire. And he says that after he drank from the cup, that God commanded him to drink from the cup. And then he was shown that some of my text here is kind of missing. That was what gave him the voice. That was what guided him to put the Old Testament together as it sits right now, is apparently after drinking from this cup of fire. And so here he is drinking it. Now, interestingly, a variety of researchers like George Brown, writing over a century and a half ago, believe that this cup was actually a preparation of Haoma that was brought by the Persians, which had sent him back to his homeland.
Wow. That's fascinating. I have to use the restroom real quick, so I'm just putting on another one real quick. Sure.
Actually, it's probably a good time for me to start winding down. Sorry, but like.
Then let's just finish this one real quick.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
And wrote about this, and said that Ayal itself was a preparation of him, and that this was what Ezra was drinking for his thing. And more than a century later, just in our own time, Vicente Dubraca independently has been saying that what Ezra was drinking was a cannabis-infused wine, much like Zoroaster was giving out to his disciples, and that this is what inspired Ezra. So this was, and that the monotheism itself came from Persia. Zoroaster was the monotheistic reformer that reformed the Mazdaean religion where Hammel was used and turned it into the monotheism that is a modern Zoroastrian religion, which still exists. And that because the Jews were the vassals of the Persian state, that they thought it was easier to control those people by having them under one god, so they only had to deal with one kind of priesthood and leadership. And so they started pursuing monotheism in these different polytheistic communities. And we know that cannabis was used in the region through this discovery of this fossilized cannabis thing that was also found with a bottle with vials with oil of cannabis and other things in it. That was discovered in the tomb of a woman that had died during childbirth. And they've been using cannabis medically, topically, and also burning it. And this is a carbonized cannabis residue that was found at that site. And that is the end of the slideshow. The end of my dialogue there. I kind of rough a bit of stuff printed off the page. But yeah, if you have any questions, I can take some questions or whatever you like.
So yeah, that was interesting. Any thoughts before you hop off?
Honestly, just the fact, obviously you have a big day tomorrow. So, but I will hopefully in a few days when you're well and good, remind you to like, because I'm really interested in how Jewish scholars talk and think about the role of the Magi. I just want to know what they think about that.
You know what? I'm actually going to ask my rabbi about that because it's hard to broach the topic of Asherah. I'm sure you can understand, but something like that's probably a lot easier.
Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. Well, technically today, but yeah.
Yep. Good luck with that, and can't wait to hear what happens.
Thanks. God willing, everything goes all right.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys around. Bye, people in the chat. See you around.
Take care, Ish.
Bye.
See you later.
See.
But yeah, so I'm just going to run out the clock. It's just 19 minutes. I want to get it at 4:20. I mean, you know, it didn't start at 4:20, so might as well make it 4:20. I mean, you know, might as well. But here I'm going to find a video to put on in the meantime because I have to use the restroom again because I've been chugging water because I can't drink any more water. So drink water for me. Drink vicariously for me, my friends. Wait, what was I looking for? Right. Cannabis, rabbi, doctor. Let's see, where is that? Oof. Yeah, it just hit me. Hold on. Trying to find it. It's 5:20 or 7:12. 7:12.
Ugh, it's just laundry would just fold itself. Oh! Wrong.
And so you have, you know, I guess, luckily things are changing when it comes to the stigma around things like psychedelics, but there's still a kind of, you know, taboo around them, I guess. And going forward, I guess that will be a challenge to navigate. But it reminds me of Benny Shannon, who's, you know, an Israeli psychologist who wrote about this speculations of that the ancient Hebrew people had some version of ayahuasca, effectively, you know, saying that you have plants like the acacia tree, which contains DMT, and that they could have brewed up something similar. And I know that received kind of, I guess, seems quite controversial, especially since he was coming at it as a psychologist rather than as a kind of believer. Yeah, is that something you've reflected on at all?
Yeah, it's, you know, something that actually most people that I'm in touch with are probably the most excited about talking about. Not like the Hasidic and Kabbalistic stuff, like whatever. Like, did you know that there are drugs in the Bible? And yeah, I think it's very interesting. I think for me, it you know, that kind of speculation, not just Shannon but others, it lacks. If we're using the terminology of science, you know, the Latin names of species and genus and species. To be able to talk about something like DMT extraction from an acacia tree or a citron, you know, okay, how does it happen? Like, you talk about the burning bush, just one example. The burning bush. Moses sees a burning bush and then has a wild vision of the divine presence. I think I heard on some interview somewhere, it's like, okay, well, it's actually probably more likely in the burning bush scenario that he would have died from smoke inhalation versus the amount of DMT that he would then need to ingest through that delivery system, then have a wild vision. right? So that doesn't necessarily really hold up under scrutiny. Or, okay, what's the extraction process in the Bronze Age? Like, how are the alkaloids being synthesized? What is the, the fat, soluble fat that's being used? Right? All of these things, then for me, once you actually look at them, they kind of just fall apart. But what is exciting, and what I will grant is, in May, you probably know, May 2020, there had been an archaeological discovery of a place called Tel Arad in the 60s, in the early 60s. It was a garrison site, but also had a sanctuary, which is very interesting in itself, to the idea that there was a sanctuary to Yahweh or Adonai or Hashem, the God of Israel, outside of Jerusalem. Right, that's the exciting thing. But what is even more exciting is, because of the emergence of archaeochemistry, that they were able to test the resin that was on these incense stands. And they found traces of cannabis that were part of an admixture of frankincense and cow dung. And right, that's the first time that we've actually been able to confirm the presence of some mind-altering drug in real life. Right? There are plenty of people who identify, like, okay, the showbread and the anointing oil and the wine and all of these things, they have the presence of them, but then they don't actually have the data to say, okay, and when you put these things together, here's the effect. Or even in the text itself, it doesn't say, and then they had this vision because of this this catalyst. So, I'm always nervous that what that line of excitement is actually kind of just focusing a materialist interpretation of what is possible in terms of accessing the divine realm. And just kind of like another Cartesian Newtonian model that things that exist, it's bottom up and not top down, and that the divine realm might not, the absolute consciousness might not actually exist in reality, but is merely something that can be produced by the mind. That doesn't necessarily, that doesn't gel with me. I'm also then interested in things like Rick Strassman's theory of neurotheology, neo-theological model, right?
Theoneurology, a bit like that. So, flips there, right?
Yeah, that's it. Theoneurology. This idea that DMT, the endogenously produced DMT, is actually the vehicle in which the divine voice communicates to human beings to create prophecy, right? So it's still the same catalyst, but it's just about where it's produced and which way the communication goes, right? So I don't know, how to square those two theories. I'm looking for a third theory. So the third theory for me is that yes, we might be able to spontaneously produce DMT that creates prophetic states that can create or share visions and ideas that will help improve society. But if we have plants and molecules that stimulate or increase DMT, then taking those in a sacred context where we also then that we admit or realize or are reaching toward the beyond, right? The theology is real. Then feels like a midpoint that we don't have to then choose like one or the other. So we'll see. There's a new book by Brian Murarescu, where he basically says that only 20% of the plants that of the Near Eastern and Greco-Roman world have actually been positively identified and not speculatively identified, and that there is so much to be able to test in terms of relic or ostrakhan that have residues of a potential plant matter. But that most of it is in archive, and we just don't know yet. So, as good scientists, we just have to, let's wait for data before we start constructing theories.
The Refrigeration School. If you want to change your life, change your career, change your path, and
the Mishkan and the Tabernacle. Hello, this is Dr. Joseph Glassman, again with the deep roots of cannabis in Judaism. This is Dr. Joseph Glassman, again with the deep roots of cannabis in Judaism. Today, I'm going to talk about the incense, the holy incense in the temple. We may or may not know that the incense ceremony, which started in the desert, in the Mishkan, in the tabernacle, was a very important, if not central, the most central piece of ritual. It's something that has been lost, but at that time and in the temple after the tabernacle, it was the centerpiece. It was something that was done. The incense lighting ceremony was done every day, twice a day. And a special amount of that incense was saved for Yom Kippur, where the incense was lit in the Holy of Holies, in this most sacred portion of the Mishkan, of the temple, by the Kohen Gadol, the high priest. And the incense was next to the Ark of the Covenant, signifying that indeed it is a very holy act. The smoke of the incense, it was required that the smoke of the incense would rise as a pillar, and there were 11 components of the incense. But there was one component that was essential and crucial to make that incense kosher, to make the incense burn in a way that the smoke would rise like a pillar. It was a requirement that the smoke would rise in such a way for the communication to happen between Hashem and the Jewish people and the Kohen and Moshe Rabbeinu, even before that. This spice, so to speak, or medicinal spice, was known as malei ashan, and this literally translates as the smoke-raising herb. The smoke-raising herb was known only to one family called the Avtinas family. What it was kept a secret, and it was not shared, and that secret was lost to this very day. And it's been hotly debated as to what that was. Nobody really knows. But we do know that malei ashan was the key ingredient in making the smoke of the incense go straight up in a pillar formation. The pillar formation is mentioned throughout Torah as essential and crucial to the communication between Hashem and the Jewish people. Yet again, it was this particular spice remained and remains a secret. Do people think that this was cannabis? There'd be no reason to believe that it was. But let's explore it further. Nachmanides, or the Ramban, does indeed say that this secret spice was likely kanebosam. He refers to kanebosam. Kanebosam literally translates as fragrant cane. But Onkelos translates it as kanebusma. Now, it certainly sounds like cannabis, but can you infer just from the sound? Not necessarily. But we do know from our Sefer, our holy text, the Tuv Yerushalayim, that bosem, or in the word kanebosam, bosem, was indeed labeled as such because it was bo-sam. Inside it was a sam. A sam is a medicine or a drug, and certainly was a fragrant drug. And it had a healing property, as did all of the components of the incense, the 11
Balsam also means incense or fragrant. That's actually where the term balsamic comes from. It's actually balsamic. Just balsam sounds
it was a healing incense. It burned and healed the Jewish people by the virtue of the fact that the Shekhinah, or God's presence, would rest on the Jewish people. When the Shekhinah rests on the Jewish people, and there's healing. When we find out the secret of the malei ashan, the secret of the kanebusma, we will find the secret of healing the world.
Oh, here I've got to find some other ones to fill there. Let's see. Search.
There is a problem among people, not only young people, older people as well, of the use of recreational drugs.
These are of various types. There are some street drugs that can be very deadly. Heroin, cocaine. There are prescription drugs that can be equally deadly. And youngsters seem to have access to them. There is alcohol, which is a drug and is frequently abused. And there is marijuana, a very common drug among young people. I'd like to say just a few words about marijuana because there is much misinformation about that. People think that marijuana is safe because youngsters do not drop dead from an overdose of marijuana, such as they do from cocaine.
I know
or
it's
heroin.
not the case. If it were true, I'd be
And
dead.
that gives a false impression that marijuana is a safe drug. But let's look at the fact. If someone takes 1 or 2 drinks of alcohol and 2 hours later does a blood test, you will probably not find a trace of alcohol because the body detoxifies the alcohol within several hours. However,
because it lingers.
If someone uses marijuana on January 5th,
obviously means something.
And 3 weeks later, on January 26th, does a urine test, you will find traces of marijuana 3 weeks later, which means that marijuana, because it is fat soluble, not water soluble, can stay in the system for 3 weeks.
Therefore, use water soluble drugs. I don't really get his point.
Now, back to cannabis. What happens is cannabis, well, it's all psychedelics, take the default mode network offline, causing the rest of the brain to experience things. And the music doesn't sound better on cannabis. It's just the music. It's just that you're actually hearing it. You're just hearing it. What actually getting. Not that you get to hear the music. And now here's the interesting thing. Here's the dangerous thing with cannabis. 99% of cannabis users are abusers. And what I mean by abusers is, it's not exactly the same as abuse, but it's called overusers. 99% of cannabis users are overusers. And then it has a completely different effect, and you can even call it the opposite. What it does is the default mode network realizes what's going on here. Doesn't take it more than 3 times or 4 times in a row of a cannabis user using it, let's say within a week. 4 times in a row, default mode network already gets it. This guy thinks he can trip me up every day. And then the default mode network pumps back in. Now listen carefully what I'm about to say, because it can save your marriage, literally. Or get you married if you're a chronic smoker. Okay? Listen carefully. The default mode network is no dummy. It goes back online. The cannabis goes in, which has, it's psychoactive. It's a very psychoactive effect. And so here, this guy's totally buzzed with his default mode network, doing its job of suppressing the rest of the brain. And what happens is, I don't want to tell you this. Okay, here we go. Remember earlier I was saying how
oh shoot.
Cannabis
anyway,
decouple.
We'll talk about this another time because I want to end on 420. So take care, everyone. This was a lot of fun. Happy 420. Well, 421 now, but I'll see you all next time.
Hallelujah.
Ushkia